Elder McGregor with an offering of tobacco.
Thanks very much, Lise. Elder McGregor, as you start to contemplate the blessing you'll provide for this Human Rights Forum, I have the honor on behalf of the members of the Ottawa Police Service and the community to offer you a gift of tobacco. I have been personally blessed over the years and certainly since I've taken office here to have had such great elders from the community to provide me with advice, not just in my role as Chief of Police, but in my role as being a human being and part of the greater human community. I ask you now to accept this gift, albeit virtually, and provide us with your prayers and your thoughts to open this session. Thank you. Miigwech.
Oh, miigwech, Peter. I have my tobacco on our end here. For those of you who don't know, I say quick. First of all, I say kwe. Kweka kena, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. Vernon Indishnikas, Kitagansi Binindonjaba Wal Gushnido, Damashit Shunim Kipanesi. I say hi, my name is Vernon, I'm from Kitagan Zibi, and I'd like to welcome you here to our traditional unceded lands. And I'd say Wal Gushnido, Damashit Shunim Kipanesi is Fox is my clan on my mother's side, and Thunderbird on my father's side. This would be our official traditional identification when coming into the territory or meeting other clans. And I always talk about the significance of Ottawa, but before I do that, I'm going to talk about the significance of the tobacco. This was part of our protocol when coming in or starting ceremonies, or if you ask someone to, one of the elders, you would also offer them tobacco, because the understanding is tobacco was our first gift given to us from the Creator, and it was used to commune with spirit. So that's why it was so important, and it still is important in ceremony. We have the four medicines, which is the tobacco, the sweetgrass, the sage, and the cedar. And that's used in ceremony, but the tobacco is our connection also to from the physical world to the unseen world. So for those of you, especially Ottawa Police, you probably have seen we've had our sacred fires at Victoria Island. And I talk about the significance of Ottawa a lot. And because for us as Algonquin, we were known for the birch bark canoe. I have my little birch bark canoe. But also too, we were the first to meet the explorer. One of the most significant was Samuel de Champlain in 1604, and we brought him up the river here. So the significance of Ottawa for us, we when we say that, when I say the clan system, our clan system was based on the watershed, the river system. So the significance of Ottawa is that you have the confluence of the rivers coming together from the four directions. And that's so significant because it's the same as if you see in a lot of First Nations communities, it's the medicine wheel. And this represents the four directions, the four seasons, the four seasons of four directions, the four stages of your life here. You have the north, you have the south, you have the east, the west. The sun comes up in the east, goes down in the west, cold in the north, warm in the south. But it represents the four colors of people that were put on this earth. And the biggest teaching of this is that although we have different colored skin, that we have different beliefs, we have different language, we even had different lands too. What binds us together, whether we like it or not, is that we're all connected through the earth. And for us, our teaching is that we are also caretakers of the earth. And each race was given individual responsibilities. So the significance of Ottawa is that confluence of the river at the center here, that's why the Chaudière Islands were so important, because that's where we would gather and have ceremony and talk about what's going on the land, talk about the state of the population, such as human rights. And the center of the circle here for us always represented also the children. What are we doing for the next 7 generations? So I find it always interesting that Parliament Hill is now, the nation's capital is at this confluence, which also represents a center of balance, the need for your physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental state here to come together. So it's interesting too as well that we're coming together today to also talk about human rights and in the work that you do. So I hope you have a good session. I'd like to, so I have my little sage here. I'm just going to light it again and again too as well. Why we do this is it's that connection that there's that the smoke is our connection from the physical to the unseen world. And when you offer, for example, the tobacco to the fire, it's your connection of whatever you're asking from your ancestors, creator, and the fire and the smoke brings it up. And that's why we'd have sacred fires at, for example, at Victoria Island. And it's that confluence. But also too, when you smudge, it's also to, there's no right or wrong way to smudge. And I send you good virtual smudge here, but also too as well, it's not mandatory to smudge. That wasn't our way, but it's also too as well as a reminder that when you come together with your fellow colleagues is that you see good things, you hear good things, you say good things, and you do things with a good heart. And so it's a cleansing of your energy and a reminder too sometimes too, because we're all busy people, we bring other things with us into meetings, and it's a reminder to put it aside sometimes and to focus on what it is you're coming together. So it's too bad we can't meet in person. So that's why I'm doing this virtually. The other part here is I have the eagle feather, and the eagle feather, it's not mandatory to have an eagle feather for the smudge, but also too as well, it's for us, we have a story that it represents a messenger, that it carries the messages to creator because it's sourced one of the highest birds. And we also have a longer story for that. Why I'm telling you that is also too as well, it's also to create cultural awareness because we all have gatherings here in Ottawa. And to remind you too as well, that at one time doing this, just having our smudge or having ceremony was outlawed, that we'd be arrested too by doing this. So that's how things have changed. But how do we change? We change by awareness in our learning. So I wish you well today in your learning journey. And I'm just going to say a little prayer in the language. And I say, Miigwech Kijemanido, Oje Nigashkito Maundo Sekonshe Nongo Mami Kakina Pamadsijik. We don't go Ninjino and Dogana Konje Yao Dum Tawin. Tabakana Kawan and the Dennis will Konshe Tabakana Kawan and Kwewak. Miigwech Onje Kakina Gagishan Don Onje Mam de Gay Ninda Kimanon. Shkaki Quasian Kazo Ninda Kimanon. We don't go Gya Kakina Pamadsijik Onje Nagdo Abadania Kakina Guch Ninda Kimanon. Miigwech Onje Yanasawin. Kakimi Shen Chimino Pamatsian. We don't get Kakina Pamadza Jekonje Daje opposite Mamwe ya COVID-19 Jin Kardege. We don't get Chimino Pinopamadzu Jenabigis. Miigwechonje ya Kakina Ete Kishagon Kizis to be Kizis a Shechonangshak. We don't get Kakina Mamdege to be Kizis Ninokmas non on Jenagdo Abdan Kakina Guch Nebi Punksing Saigon Kichigagam. Kakinaguch, Miigwechonje ya Ishkode, Kakimi Genchimino Objetoyan. We don't get Quagonjel Nagdo Ablania Kakina Nebi, a shit we don't go Ganino Gonjel Nagdo Aban Kakina Ishkode. Miigwechonje Kakina Wessi Suck, Miigwechonje Kakina Ninjino and Doganak, Negeta was a jik, Nishomsanan and Gokmasnan. Kakina Gujoensi Suck Kakina Mitigong, Mijashki Mashkiki Kakina Guch. Kanchesquat Ningwe de Seaman Kego Gemina Doshish Kana Noj Guch Ningwe de Seaman Wido Kwa Kakina Mam de Gay Dennis Wagonje Jimonji Nanwan, Shwen Mishnona Navigus Mia, Miigwech, 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 Miigwech. I say Miigwech is merci, thank you. I say it 4 times to honor the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 colors of people, like the medicine wheel. And what I say in my prayers really is, I'm thanking Creator for allowing us to come together with your learning. And I'm thanking also too as well the 4 elements that is necessary for life here, which is the earth. I also thank all the waters, the fire, and the air that we breathe. I also say thank you, and please help the women who are keepers of the water, and please help the men who are keepers of the fire, because both fire and water, and also male, female, are here to balance each other. And all creation really. And I say we don't ask things in vain, and I ask that you guide our relatives who come together here today, that they have a good learning journey today, and help them in the work that they do. So that's my blessing, and I wish you well. And I say miigwech.
And miigwech to you, Elder McGregor, for your blessings and your teachings to start our session this afternoon. And we're very grateful that you will be part of our forum today. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
It is now my pleasure to introduce you to June Gervin, who will read a proclamation. June, over to you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure this morning to honor John Kiss. And I will read the proclamation, which mentions his name, proclamation from the mayor. And also I will offer to John an Every Child is Sacred medal and a copy of the proclamation. Thank you for being John. I will read the proclamation. Reconciliation Day, December 10, 2020. Whereas Reconciliation Day in Ottawa 2020 observes Human Rights Day and the anniversary of the UN's Declaration of Human Rights, December 10, 1948. And whereas Reconciliation Day also observes the 5th anniversary of our Truth and Reconciliation's Call to Actions, December 15, 2015, and links with UNESCO's World Philosophy Day, November 19, 2005. And whereas Reconciliation Day celebrates Algonquin elder grandfather William Commander's philosophy of a circle of all nations, a culture of peace. And whereas this day also celebrates the human rights legacies of John Peters Humphrey, George Clarkson Wilkes, Thomas James, Wendy Alexis, and John Kiss. Therefore, I, Jim Watson, Mayor of the City of Ottawa, do hereby proclaim December 10, 2020, Reconciliation Day in Ottawa, with the theme Circles of Reconciliation and Legacy. And I'll explain a little why Every Child is Sacred is honoring John today. John Peters Humphrey's legacy is the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, which he drafted. John Peters Humphrey is a fellow Canadian known as the father of modern day human rights. John Clarkson Wilkes is a past neighbor in Sandy Hill. He left us the legacy of the Canadian tribute to human rights, which is on Algonquin territory on the site of City Hall. Etched in his granite facade in English and French is the first sentence of Article 1 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. All humans are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The words equality, dignity, and rights are etched into the granite walls of the tribute in French and English and 73 Indigenous languages of Canada. 1998 marked the 50th anniversary of the Declaration. The Ottawa community gathered at the tribute with grandfather William Commanda and George Clarkson Wilkes. We were there to welcome President Nelson Mandela. The president would unveil a plaque honoring the legacy of John Peters Humphrey. Children served as the president's honor guard. They wore red and white t-shirts with the president's name. Each carried a branch of autumn maple leaves. And I'll show you a picture. These are the children. And if you look carefully, you will see an officer's hat in the middle, and that is John Kiss. These children of the Maple Leaf were sponsored by the Black Business and Professional Association of Ottawa. This was thanks to the BBPA president, Thomas James. Everyone around the tribute was excited. President Mandela was a low security risk, but still guarding Mandela had nerves a little on edge. John Kiss of the Ottawa Police Service was our anchor, a low-keyed, steady, stabilizing presence. I too was nervous, very nervous, when you have well over 100 children and all excited. I was grateful to experience Officer Kiss serving and protecting these children of the Maple Leaf. And on that day, the children of the Maple Leaf had made history. In December, we regrouped to mark Human Rights Day and Reconciliation Day in Ottawa at the Canadian Museum of Civilization. John Kiss came again to be with the children. Again, there was his child-friendly presence. Teacher Wendy Alexis had her students share their feelings. They had compiled a book. And this was their book. The children expressed what it felt like guarding Madiba. Madiba, who felt to them like their grandfather. Their sharings were filled with wonder and empathy for all that he had endured. The caring of children who are born to be carers and not to carry the abusive human rights legacies and what is referred to as anti-racism that they have had imposed on them. One child wrote, "I don't know why people treat Black people differently. Half my friends are Black, and the only difference is their skin." Another wrote, "I'm not Black, but I hope one day to be like Madiba, kind, respectful, and loving. I hope to meet Madiba in the future." The aspiration of JDCE, Every Child is Sacred, is for Ottawa to be experienced as a safe, child-friendly community for all children of the Maple Leaf, for all of them to feel safe in the streets, as safe as they felt that day when Officer Kiss was with them. I am grateful to have this moment, this chance to say publicly, thank you, Officer Kiss, and to others like him who enabled children of the Maple Leaf to experience Ottawa as a safe, child-friendly place. For all police officers serving and protecting them. And Officer Kiss, you made history with us that day. You will live in the memory of the children. And when you meet Wendy Alexis again, she will tell you how she keeps experiencing that because she's still in touch with many of the children. So it's with deep gratitude that I remember that day. I could not have forgotten. It lives in my memory forever. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, June. And congratulations, Officer Kiss.
Thank
you. Just one other thing. These are my albums from Officer Kiss. So we also have a photographic record of those 2 days. Thanks again.
Thank you. So we will now officially open the session on behalf of our co-chairs as the hosts of today's forum. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to Ms. Sahada Alolo, who is the co-chair of the Community Equity Council, as well as our Deputy Chief, Steve Bell of the Ottawa Police Service. Donc, bienvenue à Madame Alolo et au chef député Steve Bell, qui va nous présenter des mots d'introduction. À vous.
Hello, welcome to the 2020 Annual Human Rights Learning Forum. My name is Sahada Alolo, and I am the co-chair of the Community Equity Council. First of all, I want to start by thanking Elder McGregor for the opening. I also want to acknowledge that we are on unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory, and that Ottawa is the gathering place for 40,000 First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. On behalf of the Community Equity Council, I thank you all for coming out to have a conversation about this important topic. How do we even begin to talk about systemic racism at a time when we have seen obvious evidence of systemic racism in our society and in our community? How can we talk about systemic racism when people are experiencing the consequences of systemic racism? At the Community Equity Council, we always work to turn the conversation around and look at where we are going. What is the community, city, country, and world we are trying to create? And this morning, I'm so pleased, as McGregor said, we change by awareness in our learning. That is so deeply profound, and I can relate to that because it speaks true to what we do at the Community Equity Council. However, moving towards change that does not diminish or deny the legacy of systemic racism or the lived experiences of people. We recognize that we are dismantling a system that is hundreds of years old, and that inequality and inequity are embedded in our relationships with one another. Don't take it from me, take it from Senator Marie Sinclair, the former chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, who has a lifetime experience seeking justice for Indigenous people, when he cautions that gaining justice for Indigenous people will be a long, drawn-out process. However, we cannot give up. We are on that journey and we will achieve change. If we are going to end racism, though, we ought to dig deep and get to the root cause of racism. We ought to identify racism, analyze, understand how it manifests in our community. Then we can begin to interrupt it, create actions for a more inclusive city. We need to expand anti-racism programs, moving beyond conversations to action. That is why we at the Community Equity Council, we are committed to supporting conversations that help us look at what change needs to happen in Ottawa, so we do our part in eliminating systemic racism. I come to these conversations as a Black, Muslim, hijab-wearing woman and an immigrant from Ghana. I also come to this conversation as a wife and a mother of 3 young men. You get the picture? These issues are personal. We need to be careful, though, when we address systemic racism as it presents itself in the Ottawa Police Service. We cannot lose sight of the reality that systemic racism is an everyday experience for racialized, Indigenous, faith-based community members. The same experiences that we will be talking about as it relates to the police is also in the other systems we navigate, such as housing and healthcare. None of us can forget the video this fall of Joyce, the mother of 7 children who died in a Quebec hospital while nurses hurled racist slurs. She was denied the appropriate care while they assumed she was intoxicated. I work in the affordable housing sector. I see firsthand the struggles of low-income people in their attempts to secure housing that is affordable. As a mother of Black children, I know our education system is seeped in anti-Black racism. It is also evidently clear that there is overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black children in Ontario child welfare, and the list goes on. The point I'm trying to make is that When we start to talk about how to address the embedded nature of systemic racism, let's apply a holistic picture. When we talk about moving funds from one system to another system, then we ought to be addressing the embedded racism in all the other institutions and sectors in our country. As the community, as the Ottawa community collectively went through the death of Abdi Rahman Abdi and the court case, we all learned a lot about what is not working in our community in relation to the OPS and the justice system. Within the Community Equity Council, we have been working with the police to bring about the desired change. What community members at the CEC have learned is that there are many dedicated OPS members who are learning about systemic racism and how it plays out in their work. They heard us clearly when we talked to them about how a hate incident involving one member of our community impacts all members of our community. They responded by establishing the hate crime unit and developing a community response to hate incidents. We have worked with Ottawa Police to recognize the impact of their day-to-day practices on our communities, and we are working together to find solution. And for me, the key is the solution, and that is what drives me and continue to make me commit to this work. As we move into the conversations, I urge you all to have an open mind. After all, it is a learning forum with the objective to engage the public, community, partners, and OPS members in meaningful dialogue on systemic racism with the goal to deepen our collective understanding. My hope is that this time and space we are so blessed to be sharing today will allow us to have that meaningful dialogue on systemic racism, provide avenues for personal and collective learning and growth, and to learn from examples and lived experiences of people. I conclude my remarks by challenging each one of us here today to take personal and collective action towards ending systemic racism. I look forward to our conversation today, and once again, thank you for being with us today.
Thanks, Sahada. I really appreciate that. And you know what? Driven and committed are an amazing way to explain and describe the great work that you're doing with us. I'm very fortunate to be your co-chair at the Community Equity Council, and I can tell you you're a great thinker, leader, and teacher, and there's things I rely on every single day. So thanks for your opening. Grandmother McGregor, your words were amazing as a way to start our event today, to ground us and to get us in the spirit and in the place where we need to have good, productive dialogues. I've learned so much from the Indigenous elders who are part of the Community Equity Council, including the importance of starting our gatherings in a way that acknowledges each of us as important to a conversation. I want to thank the Community Equity Council for co-sponsoring this event and being such valued partners as we move through this journey. The experience over the last 2 years of having members of Indigenous, racialized, and faith-based communities providing the Ottawa Police Service with thoughtful advice has been absolutely invaluable. It's great to see so many people here today, and there's a lot of us, even if we are meeting virtually. This has been a really challenging time for all of our community as we've navigated through COVID-19. So I want to acknowledge all of you and thank you all for coming out to have this important discussion and conversation on systemic racism. This forum's an opportunity for us to have an honest and open conversation about this really difficult issue, an issue that impacts all of us, but it impacts each of us differently. I recognize my position of authority in this organization and in this community, and I've come to understand the issues of systemic racism in a very different way than my racialized OPS colleagues. We have to face the uncomfortable truth that the systems that we've created have barriers and practice that disadvantage so many of our racialized and Indigenous members. It's not hard to take it personally, but the systemic racism is not about individuals. It's about the systems that have privileged some of us at the expense of others. Because addressing systemic racism is transformational, it's going to take all of us. We'll all need to bring a willingness to learn, a willingness to grow, and particularly a willingness to change. And we need to be equally inclusive of everyone who calls Ottawa home, our Indigenous neighbors, our racialized friends, our youth, and our LGBTQ community members. Next year, the Community Equity Council will continue their work with the OPS to ensure that all of the diverse communities and their voices are included in the work that we're going to do together. Something important that I learned through the CEC is that all of us have insights and values that can move this conversation ahead, that we all need to be part of this change. If you're here today, it's because you're invested in seeing real change happen. You're invested in wanting to stop the processes that have created generational barriers to success, both within our communities and within careers. Over the last 2 years, the Ottawa Police Service has been engaged in shaping institutional change that needs to happen to address systemic issues, including systemic racism. We recognize that we're not moving fast enough for everyone, and that we may not be getting it right all the time, but we are committed to addressing systemic racism in our organization. Later this afternoon, I'm going to have the opportunity to provide more details about the things that we've been working on over the past year. The list is significant, and there's a lot of work in there that we should be really proud of. A lot of what we've implemented, though, has come from forums like this one here today. For example, in January, we introduced the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan, which was the result of years of collaboration with community members, academics, and our own police members. I'm proud to say that I'm the executive sponsor of that program. That strategy is housed in our new Respect, Values, and Inclusion Directorate, headed by Superintendent Isabel Granger. I'm also pleased to announce that last month, Alexandra Shemetta joined us as our first new EDI specialist. Alexandra is here today with us, listening and engaging, and will help shape the work that we will undertake out of this forum. Equity, diversity, and inclusion need to be considered as part of everything we do as a police service, from our hiring processes to the way we respond to individual neighborhood needs. This is just one example of the important work that we have started in 2020, but we still have much more that we need to do. This includes the work that we're doing with our community partners to develop a 3-year mental health strategy. We recognize that the strategy needs to be informed by the OPS, but must be community-led and driven. The strategy will be developed by partnering with professional mental health agencies and the community, with a goal to provide more robust and responsive measures to support all communities in mental health distress. This work will make sure that the gaps that currently exist with mental health service provision in racialized and Indigenous communities are identified and closed. We will also identify better ways for the Ottawa Police Service to respond to calls for people in crisis where there is an intersectionality of culture and mental health. Our goal is to always serve the community and our membership better. As Sahada said earlier, the only way to do that is to focus on where we want to go. And that requires that we have these kind of important forums where we can have open, honest conversations. Chief Saloli said it many times, we are listening. We're here to listen, to engage, to discuss. So let's have a good forum today with open and respectful conversations. Thank you, and I look forward to those discussions.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Alolo, for your opening insights and for framing our session today. So on that, we will provide you with a little bit more framing for today's agenda. And so I'm just going to share with you my screen. OK, so today's forum, le forum d'aujourd'hui pour cette année porte sur le sujet du racisme systémique. Et voici les objectifs que nous avons mis en place pour le cadrage de notre journée ensemble. Donc, tenir un espace pour avoir un dialogue significatif sur le racisme systémique. Fournir des avenues d'apprentissage et de croissance personnelle et collective. Apprendre des exemples et des histoires des autres et de nous inciter à agir de façon personnelle et aussi de façon collective. This year's Learning Forum is really focused on learning as a personal journey and as a collective one. And here are some of the objectives we've put together this year to frame our session and the design of our day. So first is to hold a space to have meaningful dialogue on systemic racism. to provide avenue for personal and also collective learning and growth, to learn from examples, to have a space to have dialogue and share stories and lived experience, and to urge us to take personal as well as collective action. Now for the forum overview. First, we will start with a panel on deepening our collective and personal understanding of systemic racism. A breakout session will then follow, where you will be engaged with a smaller group of participants. Since we are over 150 people at the moment, it would be unruly to have a conversation amongst the 150 of us. So by breaking us up into smaller, more intimate groups, you will have a fulsome hour with the assistance of a facilitator to just be able to unpack some of the language around systemic racism, some of the things you will hear in the panel, and just have meaningful dialogue as a small group. And in those groups, you will be gathered with colleagues, possibly from your sector or other sectors, members of the Ottawa Police Service, and citizens of our community who have registered today. And I'm pleased to say that we have an equal mix of those three representations today. So again, an opportunity to have dialogue with many people. A second panel will follow the breakout session after we have an opportunity to debrief on what are some of the key themes that came out in those sessions. And in that second panel, we're going to talk about what are some of the initiatives that have started or that are underway in our community to start to address systemic racism in a meaningful way. But it will also offer an opportunity to brainstorm together on what else needs to be done. The forum will end at 4:30. Donc, notre horaire cet après-midi, nous avons deux panneaux de discussion. La première pour approfondir nos compréhensions du racisme systémique dans un cadre policier. Et le deuxième est vraiment pour comprendre comment nous pouvons l'adresser. Et nous allons aller chercher vos idées sur ça aussi. Entre les deux sessions en plénière, vous seriez invité à un petit groupe de discussion, environ une vingtaine de personnes, avec l'aide d'un animateur, afin de discuter au sujet du racisme systémique et de commencer à cadrer des définitions par rapport à ça et de partager notre vécu sur le sujet. Le forum se terminera à 4h30. So for those of you who may be a little bit less familiar with Zoom, we've provided for you here a quick cheat sheet to orient you with the screen you have in front of you. A couple of buttons you should be familiar with, the microphone button on your left, as well as your video on and off. Our team has the ability to mute and to stop video throughout the session today, but obviously we do not have the ability to turn your mic or your video on, but we may ask you to do so, and the screen will show up for that to happen. And that's typically just to make sure that we can eliminate any background noise. So those are two buttons to get comfortable with, because you will be using them, especially in the breakout session. Donc, la fonction micro et la fonction vidéo, c'est deux boutons que vous devriez vous familiariser avec, parce que ça va être utile, surtout pendant les sessions de petits groupes, ainsi que le bouton participant et le bouton chat. Donc, nous vous invitons maintenant à ouvrir ces deux boutons. Vous allez, à travers de cette fonctionnalité, pouvoir lever la main si vous désirez parler pendant les sessions de petits groupes aujourd'hui. Et la session et le cadrement chat vous permet aussi de partager avec nous vos commentaires tout au long de la session d'aujourd'hui, et ça va faire partie de notre rapport final. So we do have a chat and a participant button that you may want to get familiar with as well. If you want to open those now, I will give you a moment to find those. You will either see them as a button at the bottom, or if you click the three dots, it will open up and chat and participant will be options on that. The chat will be open throughout the day today, and you will be invited at any point to share your thoughts, ask questions, and we have people scanning the chat throughout the forum in order for us to inject some of your questions to the panels. And during the breakout sessions, it's also another way for you to participate. In terms of the participant button in the window, you will see there is a raise hand option. This is how we will ask you to flag to us that you wish to speak. specifically in the breakout sessions today. And so again, just some buttons that you will like to be familiar with. All that being said, if at any point you need technical services, we do have our colleague, Bryn Ferris, who's listed up on the list. If you were to go into the chat and see the arrow where you can pick who you would like to chat with, Bryn is there and he is available to assist you at any time. Donc, nous avons des services techniques de Bryn Ferris que vous pouvez accéder par le chat en sélectionnant son nom et il sera là en chat privé pour vous aider avec des fonctions techniques pour aujourd'hui. So we want to ensure that everyone is familiar with my apologies. In order to start the conversation and set us on a learning journey about systemic racism, we propose we start with this working definition and a set of guiding principles to help us through the day. It goes without saying that this is a difficult topic for many of us. And our hope is that we can all be kind to one another and engage using these guiding principles. So first, we're all here to listen and learn from each other today. We're going to ask you to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to avoid background noise. We will ask you to give opportunity for equal time for everyone. One conversation at a time. Use the chat function to build on conversation. And we do want to flag that the facilitators today are not subject matter experts. They are volunteers who have offered to assist us with engaging the groups in the breakout sessions. Donc, nos principes directeurs pour aujourd'hui. Nous sommes ici pour écouter et apprendre les uns les autres. On va vous demander de couper votre micro lorsque vous ne parlez pas afin d'éviter du bruit de fond. Donner l'opportunité à temps égal à tous pour partager aujourd'hui. Et on va vous demander d'avoir une conversation à la fois. Utilisez la fonction de chat pour développer la conversation, demander des questions. Et juste pour vous aviser que les facilitateurs pour les sessions de petits groupes ne sont pas des experts dans le domaine. Ils sont là comme volontaires pour nous aider à travers de notre session d'aujourd'hui. So before I introduce our first panel, we thought it would be helpful to frame the day with a working definition of systemic racism. So systemic racism is a form of systemic discrimination defined as patterns of behavior, policies, or practices that are part of the social or administrative structures of an organization, which create or perpetuate disadvantages for marginalized persons. Ces comportements, conventions ou méthodes peuvent en surface sembler neutres, mais avoir des effets discriminatoires sur les personnes s'identifiant à l'un ou plusieurs des motifs de protection définis au sein du Code des droits de la personne de l'Ontario. The Ottawa Police Service continues to work jointly with its community partners, including the Community Equity Council and the city's partners and stakeholder initiatives branch, to develop and adopt a more robust version of this definition that is tailored to the needs of the Ottawa community and the Ottawa Police Service. Nous vous offrons cette ébauche de définition du racisme systémique comme un point de départ pour notre session d'aujourd'hui. Ce n'est qu'une ébauche qui continue d'évoluer avec le travail du Conseil communautaire sur l'équité. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first panel. The theme of this panel is deepening our collective and personal understanding of systemic racism. Donc, il me fait plaisir cet après-midi de vous présenter notre premier panel de discussion où nous allons chercher à approfondir notre compréhension individuelle et collective du racisme systémique. To start us off, it is my pleasure to introduce Jeffty Alice, Manager of Gender and Race Equity, Indigenous Relations of the Diversity and Inclusion Branch of the City of Ottawa. Jesse, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you very much to my fellow panelists and to the organizer of this forum for inviting me here today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that her discussion is taking place on the unceded and unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. Any discussion of systemic racism that takes place on these lands and in this city needs to begin with a full recognition of the underlying form of systemic racism that exists here, which is the history and present reality of dispossession and colonialism faced by the Algonquin people. My name is Jefte Elise, and as mentioned, I am the manager of the Gender and Race Equity, Indigenous Relations, Diversity and Inclusion branch. It is both a challenging and promising time at the City of Ottawa as we recently announced this new service area while listening to the needs and priorities of community members. This newly established service area will enable the city to be more impactful in advancing its commitment to women and gender equity, anti-racism, Indigenous reconciliation, and diversity and inclusion, both within our organization and throughout the city's service delivery. This work is all the more urgent and crucial, given the community work that has taken place since 2016, which I outline a little later in my talk, and the intensification of movements against racism in policing in this past summer of 2020. As I will outline in this brief presentation, confronting systemic racism, especially through the work of the Anti-Racist Secretariat Initiative, is among the highest priorities of my colleagues and I in this branch of the city. And I am honored to be with people on this panel with whom we are hoping to build relationships to combat systemic racism in our city. So this slide speaks to the work of her branch. Her branch, and especially the Anti-Racist Secretariat, is dedicated to examining city policies, practices, and processes to understand how they might be impacting Ottawa residents based on race. It has been a journey of several years to truly embark on the detailed and important work of examining every aspect of our city structures to root out systemic racism. During the past few years, there have been many calls from the community to address issues of systemic racism within our city, including both city services and policing, as well as other non-municipal services such as education and healthcare. In 2016, a renewed approach in relation to systemic racism began in Ottawa after the death of Abdirahman Abdi in July of that year during an incident involving police. And this call have intensified in recent months with the not guilty verdict. In January 2019, the death of Greg Ritchie, an Anishinaabe man, also in a police-involved incident, increased the visibility of Ottawa's urban Indigenous communities in the conversation about the city, police, and race equity. April 2019 saw the election of the first Black city councillor in the history of Ottawa, Ralston King, who I believe is on this call. It was a welcome and long overdue milestone in our city's history. However, shortly after that, the presence of hate crimes in our city caused a community outcry and renewed calls for a more robust anti-racism response from the city. Councillor King spearheaded the creation of the Anti-Racist Secretariat, and after community consultation in August 2019, a variety of priority areas for immediate and future work were identified. They include employment equity, equity in governance, housing, economic development, health outcomes, and youth employment. In its 2020 budget, the City of Ottawa committed funding for full-time anti-racist specialist position, a first in the city, and the development of an anti-racist secretariat. In June 2020, Councillor King was appointed as the council liaison for anti-racism and ethnocultural relations initiatives for the term of council. In mid-July, we hired her first dedicated staff person, Yusra Osman, who's also on this call, who is the anti-racist specialist for the secretariat. Since July, the urgency of anti-racism work in our city has only grown. These recent events and the work done between 2016 and present underscores for us that systemic racism is an issue that needs to be confronted head on. The next slide. As I mentioned previously, our branch is committed to analyzing and changing the way policies, practices, and processes at the city and beyond disadvantaged people based on race. We want to be a resource for city services, the Ottawa Police Service, elected officials, and others to embark on or develop their own anti-racism work. As an example, we have supported OPS in the work of advancing the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan. OPS also supported the city's Emergency and Protective Services Department with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. OPS now, as part of the reorg, has a Community Safety Wellbeing team in place. These are some examples which show the commitment and the alignment of our work at the city and in OPS. I want to offer here a few points that I think are important to keep in mind when doing this work. First and foremost, this work needs to be founded upon clear data. We need to understand the problems clearly and precisely before we can fix them. As such, one of the top priorities of the Anti-Racist Secretariat in Ottawa is therefore developing in partnership with different organizations across the province who have done this work before us, an approach to gathering rich, detailed race data that is both community-specific and geographical, meaning at a neighborhood level. We need to understand through reliable and detailed data the many and diverse experience within our communities, including based on gender, sexual identity, ethnocultural community, language, disability. But we also want to understand systemic racism geographically. Which neighborhoods and areas are underserved, and how is this affecting communities of racialized people where they are located? What are the effects of urban planning, environmental racism, mapping, infrastructure maintenance, and so much more on our communities? Secondly, we need to approach racism from a truly systemic perspective. A great example of this approach came in June this year. Dr. Vera H.S., Ottawa's Chief Medical Officer of Health, declared that racism is a serious public health issue. This echoes what many racialized community members and scholars have been saying for a long time. Racism is not a matter of a few bad apples or the individual attitudes they hold. It is a system that is causing a public health crisis in our communities and has demonstrable physical and mental health effects on Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities. We can be leaders in taking seriously systemic racism as a public health issue. We cannot underestimate the cumulative effects of racial trauma and microaggressions on the psyches and bodies of racialized people, especially those of our youth. Those anti-racist initiatives are also public health campaigns and should be taught as such. The need for such initiatives is recognized time and time again by our communities. The city's community safety and well-being report found racism, discrimination, and marginalization was found to be a key priority area for safety and well-being of the community. Finally, in addition to treating racism as a public health issue, it is important to detect, study, and understand deeply the racial inequity present in wider societal issues that do not at first glance seem like racial ones. An example of this is the unequal outcomes for many racialized communities when there are health crises. For example, our city has released 2 reports, especially related to COVID-19 pandemic, which the city recognized as having a disproportionate impact on Indigenous and Black communities. The 2 reports are Ottawa Public Health Report, Reconciliation, Indigenous Health and COVID-19, and the City of Ottawa's an Equity and Inclusion Lens for COVID-19 recovery. This has made it a priority in its COVID-19, the city has made it a priority in its COVID-19 emergency relief fund to support organizations serving Indigenous communities and residents, as well as Black, racialized, and immigrant newcomer communities. So I want to thank you so much for listening to these 3 short reflections on the work we have begun at the city. We've learned much in the last few years, and we hope to continue to journey of this journey of learning as we confront and uproot systemic racism in our city. While the city is new to this work in name, as we've just established the Anti-Racist Secretariat, the work towards combating racism has been a lifelong effort for many in the Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities in Ottawa, both historically and currently. We are honored to be in this position to learn from our communities together and to bring the long-standing efforts to incredible community advocates into our work. In concluding these brief opening remarks, I would like to acknowledge that we are all included in this work. As we have seen in recent months, this work to address and combat systemic racism is taking place all over the world, in all levels of government, in many various sectors, including police services, where this work is all the more urgent. I look forward to hearing more from you in this panel today on the systemic realities of racism in policing. I'd now like to pass the virtual mic to the next speaker, Shirley. Thank you.
Segon, good afternoon et bon après-midi tout le monde. I want to thank the Ottawa Police Service and the Community Equity Council for today's invitation and for organizing the 2020 Human Rights Forum. As a community, it's imperative that we discuss systemic racism no matter how difficult it is. I want to honor and acknowledge the opening prayer by Elder Verna. For me, your words and teachings always ground me and remind me of what's important in my life and the gifts that the Creator has given me. Sharing my story today is one of those gifts. So I thought I would begin my comments by sharing with you something that Senator Murray Sinclair said to describe systemic racism in institutions that I think has a lot of meaning. By way of background, for those that don't know Senator Murray Sinclair, he chaired the landmark Truth and Reconciliation Commission that probed Canada's residential school legacy, including looking into policing and the criminal justice system in Canada. His quote is this: "Some people believe that systemic racism is when everybody in the system is a racist. And there is no system where everybody is a racist. Systemic racism is when the system itself is based upon and founded upon racist beliefs, philosophies, and thinking that puts in place policies and practices that literally force even the non-racists to act in a racist way. That is what you call systemic racism." End quote. I have to be honest, I really struggled with participating in today's difficult discussion. I had so many discussions with my former retired white colleagues this past summer, and well, let's just say that we agreed to disagree that systemic racism exists in the RCMP. I have to tell you, those conversations were really difficult for me. They were filled with frustration, defensiveness, and after, I was just emotionally drained. But I chose to participate in this great panel today because this issue is deeply personal to me and I care. So I thought I would share a little bit about me so you have an understanding about where I am coming from. I was raised by my parents in a typical middle-class family in the 60s. My mother, a Mohawk woman, was quiet, a shy woman, and she was not proud of being Native. In fact, she did everything she could to hide it. Although fluent in her Mohawk language, she never spoke the language to my brother and I, because that's how she was educated in Indian day school. My mom had faced racism all her life and was subjected to taunting and teasing as a child and a young woman. She was a loving mother to my brother and I, but I could always tell that there was a deep rooted sorrow in my mother's spirit. I share this with you because I think it had an impact on me as a young girl. And I know that colonialism and racism did that to my mother. How you're raised as a child, the values you learn from your parents, teachers, coaches, educational institutions you attend, all make you who you are today. Biases and all, we have them. History tells us that the Northwest Mounted Police, now the RCMP, was instrumental in the colonization of Indigenous people and asserting sovereignty over Indigenous lands. The federal government brought in the Indian Act and used the RCMP to forcibly remove Indigenous children and place them in Indian residential schools. And we all know how that turned out. In 1990, some of you may remember the Oka crisis that happened 30 years ago when members of my community stood their ground to defend and protect our land against the Quebec Provincial Police and Canada's military. A 78-day standoff ensued throughout the summer of 1990, with systemic racism perpetuated by 3 levels of government, the provincial police, and the Canadian military. The Oka crisis caused me to rethink my future and where I fit. I remember being a young RCMP officer at the time and going home to Oka at Christmas in December 1990 and speaking with my grandfather. I explained to him how torn I was. I let him know that I was thinking about leaving the RCMP because of what I had witnessed over the summer. I found it deeply confusing, my family, my community, or the police. It really weighed on me and it was affecting my well-being. My elderly grandfather sat me down and in Mohawk talked to me about courage and strength. And in his not so good English, he shared with me that it would be important for me to stay in the RCMP to make the changes to the systems from the inside, because it would be a lot more difficult to do if I got out and tried to do it from the outside. I listened to my grandfather and I stayed to influence and improve the organization. I still see systemic racism on a broader scale in Canada, contributing to the massive barriers that Indigenous peoples continue to face. In 2020, we still have First Nations communities that don't have clean drinking water, rampant youth suicide, gross overrepresentation of both Indigenous and Black people in the criminal justice system, more Indigenous children in government care now than during the Indian residential school era, and the high rates of physical and sexual violence leveled against Indigenous women and girls. These continue to be the realities that Indigenous people face today. Every single one of these issues I just mentioned is managed by a colonial institution with processes and policies in place to manage Indigenous people. And still today, the Quebec Premier continues to deny that systemic racism exists in Quebec, even after hearing 2 nurses at the Joliette Hospital mock a dying Joyce Echequan, calling her stupid as hell, saying she's only good for sex and better off dead. Those are the health and social systems that are supposed to take care of us and promote wellness instead of mocking Indigenous people in their most vulnerable times of need. Another report released last week in British Columbia's healthcare system found widespread systemic racism, which results in poorer health outcomes for First Nations and Métis people in the province. Sadly, I have heard similar comments and seen emails that contain these vile words in the RCMP, and I have to tell you, they really hurt. You know, I became a police officer because I wanted to help people and right the wrongs that I had seen as a young girl. I felt very strongly about being able to make a difference. Today, as a retired police officer, I know the culture, I contribute to the culture, and at times when I reached a level of comfort and safety, I challenged the culture. As a police officer, you hold tremendous amount of power, and that is the authority within law to deprive person of their basic right, their freedom. Think about that. That's a lot of power. So let's take that power to lawfully deprive someone of their freedom and layer that with systemic racism. Remember Senator Sinclair's words, policies and practices that literally force even the non-racists to act in a racist way. I am a white-skinned Indigenous woman, and that has uniquely placed me in situations to hear and see a great deal over the course of my 36-year career in the RCMP. White skin equates to privilege in our society. You may not want to hear it, admit it, or even want to see it. But you and I both know, because I've lived in both worlds. Trust, respect, and mutual cooperation is required to keep communities safe. If Black, Indigenous, and racialized people don't trust or fear the police in Canada, they won't call, they won't cooperate, and this never amounts to anything good. You know, I have a wonderful friend here in Ottawa that is a woman of color and is married to a Black man. They're a successful couple and love living in the city. They have 2 teenage children who are Black, and my friend has told her 2 children not to trust the police. She never lets them walk the streets at night. She picks them up wherever they are because she fears a confrontation with police based solely on the color of her children's skin. And this makes me very sad. So as a former police officer, I say, this is on the police for us to change. I think leadership is critical, but it is not a one-person job. I would submit that as a police officer in your community, you are viewed as a leader, and you need to think and challenge your own biases. Recognize that as a uniformed majority, you hold enormous power and privilege in the community, but don't take that for granted. I will end with my Haudenosaunee elders' teachings and what they have shared with me about the next 7 generations. And I'm speaking right now about the young boys and girls who live in this city and are in their teens right now, because they will be this city's future police officers. But for as long as we have little children of color being laughed at, having their hair pulled, or being pushed to the ground because they look different, or a little brown-skinned girl saying to her daddy, she wished she had white skin, we have a lot of work to do, and we all have a piece to play. As a citizen of Ottawa, the Algonquin name for this city, I am proud that the Ottawa Police Service is having these open conversations with the community. This is a big first step. The success lies in having these difficult conversations. Thank you for your attention. Nawa, merci, megwich. And now I would like to introduce my fellow panelists, Carl Cartwright from the Ottawa Police Service.
Thank you, Shirley. Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody today. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today to discuss a very, very, very difficult topic. And as Shirley started, and I'm listening to Shirley, I have similar feelings. When I was asked to be on the panel, I said initially yes, and of course I'm a man of my word, so I'm with you here today. But I did struggle. I said, okay, because honestly, I'm tired. I'm actually fatigued of talking about the subject because 2020 has been a very difficult year. But it is an opportunity that we have to keep the conversations going. Racism in itself, that word, when we mention it, immediately tends to divide us. And when we add the word systemic to it, and now we start the discussion how racism is embedded, is imbued into every fabric of society, it becomes even more difficult for those who feel impacted by racism and those that feel like they're being blamed for the topic to come together in conversation. So that's why I'm very pleased to actually be here today to have those conversations. And I'm sure we will all be facing a number of questions and a number of topics of discussion that will leave us to more discussions, what I hope today. Today, I'd like to tackle, in the short time I have with you today, 3 main areas. One is to understand where we are. Number 2 is the history of how we got here. And at the end of the day is where do we go from here? Well, to understand where we are, and I don't want to repeat what some of the other panelists have already gone into, but it is true. I believe that we are now facing, well, in my lifetime, some of the most difficult times when it comes to community police relationships, racial divide in North America. I do understand some individuals think we are not the United States, but we are one world, and we are truly seeing this uproar, this opportunity, where the world is speaking out towards this injustice. It is an opportunity. I think it is an opportunity that we cannot miss, an opportunity for us to make meaningful and impactful change. We cannot let this opportunity divide us. We cannot let our own opinions divide us, because I have not seen such an uproar as I've seen in 2020. But before I go on with to speak to you, you must understand who is this person on this panel. Now, I have no formal training. I cannot, you yourselves and others on this panel probably have a better understanding of what systemic racism means. As a young man, as I was growing up, I didn't even use the word systemic. But what I can share with you today, without any formal training, is my own lived experiences. Je suis Haïtien. I was born to immigrant parents who fled Haiti. We moved to Canada. Je suis francophone. Je suis haïtien d'origine pour ceux les francophones qui sont ici avec moi. I was lucky. I was one of the lucky ones. And in the 60s, we emigrated to Canada. And I can tell you my history is that my first experience of racism came when I was 7 years old. I was living outside of Montreal in Longueuil, and a motorcycle went by and I heard the N-word. I was the only black kid on the street, so I turned around. Only have to have the passenger of the motorcycle throw a rock in my face. That is my first experience. As a middle-aged man, I remember that as if it was yesterday. I spent most of my young life moving between Port-au-Prince, living in Canada, and living with relatives in the States. Now, not living with your parents are struggling. Some may think that was a hard life, but no, I always see my childhood as a very good life. But I always knew that I was different. I was always different. I was never equal to my other counterparts that represented most of society. At the age of 11 years old, I remember breaking down. I was living in Oshawa at the time. I was a very large kid, black kid who only spoke French, living in Oshawa in the 70s. It was not a very diverse place. Conflict was outside my door on a day-to-day basis. I couldn't even ride my bike because I'd usually get beat up. So I fought all the time. I was suspended all the time. And it's because I couldn't go home crying. You don't go home to Haitian parents crying or you get a beating. So I fought in the streets so I wouldn't get beat at home. That's just, you just grew up being tough. Okay? I remember at the age of 11 years old, praying to God to say, why did you make me black? Thank goodness that those days have long passed. But that is my history. So as I share with you today, sometime you must understand where I come from. I eventually left Canada to be a member of the United States Marine Corps. And I think I did so because I needed a sense of belonging, because society at large, I didn't fit in. So I joined the military where I spent 8 years. I eventually came back to Canada where I became a police officer almost 27 years ago. I was hired in the building and I'm here with you today on Greenbank Road, the old Nepean Police Station. And I'll tell you right now, I am a diversity hire. I was hired because I was Black. I say this to you today because I was told that as if it was something to be proud of. Right before I faced the Police Service Board of Nepean in an ill-fitted suit, because I didn't have a lot of money back then, somebody very high-ranking said, oh, we're shocked to have finally found someone like you and educated on top of it. So I knew where I stood. I could either say what was on my mind at the time, or I could shut up, put up with it, as we all do, and go and do my best before the board and get the job, which I did. Because I knew I was more than the color of my skin. 27 years have passed, and I sit with you today to share my experiences as an inspector. I've had a wonderful career. I've traveled the world. I have hopefully made an impact on society. But my fear is that certain things haven't changed. As Shirley mentioned, her background. Every week I speak to my mom. Every Sunday I tend to have dinner with my mother. And my mother is 86 years old. She lives in Gatineau. And my fear, and when we go, says, what does success look like? Well, I can tell you what fear looks like to me. Fear to me is when my 86-year-old mother, and I'm the youngest, so I'm the baby, asks me all the time, how are you doing? And she usually asks in Creole, because we speak French and Creole at home. She says, how are they treating you? They, her reference of they is the rest of the world, the white prominent world. She's 86. She still sees the world. She's a beautiful, university educated, multilingual Caribbean woman. At 86, the world is divided to her. How are they treating you? She means my white counterparts. And I usually respond in Creole. Which translates in English, I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there, okay? So failure to me is, for me, if I live long enough to be 86 years old, that is not my future. And definitely not the future of your children, and definitely not the future of my child. So I welcome these conversations that we're going to have here today. And as a police officer, I'm divided. I'm divided between being Black and being a police officer. It's that duality of role that tears at me, that has forced me to put myself in the position to speak. And as Shirley says, as we move on throughout the ranks of the organization, we get to a position where we are comfortable, we tend to challenge the status quo. I believe I may have reached that, be able to speak more freely than when I was a constable or a sergeant. that duality of seeing what's happening throughout the world, but also seeing the worthy benefits of policing as a profession, but also being Black. Okay. So, and I see it in some of the younger officers. I'm also a chair for one of the groups that supports the racialized officers within the service, and I see the same pain that they're going through and some of the difficulties that they're going through. But I also have some very worthwhile members of this organization, my colleagues that I work with, of all genders, of all races. So, however, I do understand that in order for us to advance the discussions around racism and the systemic impacts on us, we must understand where we all come from. I'm a Black man. I don't usually use the word racialized, specifically because the computer refused to accept it. It's always a mistake. Okay, I'm a Black man. I grew up being Black. Je suis haïtien d'origine haïtienne. Je suis un homme noir. Donc, that's how I see myself. And when people usually say, well, I don't see you as Black, Carl, I always say, then you don't see me. By not seeing who I am, by not admitting to our own differences, it's not a negative. It's a strength to me. I am who I am. That child of 11 has long passed. I'm a Black man in every experience that I have. How I see the world, even though I have to wear these glasses now, is colored by my view of the world and how the world has treated me. So I look forward to the conversation. Et maintenant, je vais passer la parole à Gérard. Donc, Gérard, c'est ton tour de prendre la parole. Thank you very much, everybody. I look forward to the conversations further on.
Merci, Carl. Ça passe, vieux frère.
Ah, m'a boulé, papa. Où qu'on est, moi?
Folks, you have heard some heartfelt words, and I am not going to try to match them, but I want to tell you what we hope that you're going to bring to this conversation. And I want to do that with 4 basic ideas, and then I'll show you a quick slide that may generate some conversations after we are done. So whether it was Jepti, whether it was Shirley or Carl, what you heard was a testimony from the heart. And in my young days, when I used to have an afro, I actually was very influenced by an Indigenous elder, Phil Lane, who said to me that the longest road you'll ever travel is from the head to the heart. And when we are talking about systemic racism, a lot of people conceive it as an intellectual exercise, as something that you can externalize and make it make sense. Well, no, that is not what it is. And as much as we try to put definitions to it, definitions will never capture the lived experience of Shirley and the lived experience of Carl that you have just witnessed. It can't. So what we're asking from you is what actually Phil Lane said to me more than 30 years ago. We need you, I need you to travel from your head to your heart, because the nature of it is very much embedded there, although the manifestation of it is found in rules and practices within our organization. So here's what I need you to remember. The first thing is a theory by Elizabeth Moss Cantor, who said that in any change process, there are 3 groups. There's a 20% you just have to mobilize them. They are already ahead of you. They understand the issues and they're ready to move. There's 70% of people sitting on the fence, watching what the 20% is going to do. If the 20% moves, the 70 will follow. And there's 10% of folks. It doesn't matter what you say or what you do, things were good in 1901. And that 10% has the power to make so much noise that they give you the impression that everybody thinks that way. They can mobilize also. The problem with the 70% is that they can slide into that 10 or they can move towards the 20. What I need you to do, if you are on this call, listening to this conversation, you are the 20. You are the people that can architect the change that we want to see. And I need you to understand that. I need you to understand that you cannot wait for someone or wait for something. You're taking your valuable time to be with us this afternoon. It's because you're already ahead and you might need some tools, but you're already there. So you are the change agents that the Ottawa community, that the Ottawa Police Service, whether you racialize or not, need. So for the next Shirley and for the next Carl to have a different experience. That's the first thing I need you to remember. The second thing I need you to remember, it was an analogy provided by Roosevelt Thomas, who wrote a book about 20 years ago. And in the book, he talked about, we built a house for giraffes. And giraffes were quite comfortable. You need to understand, it's only in 1967 that people like me could legally become immigrant to Canada, because up until that point, there was a fundamental belief that whites, particularly Western Europeans, would adjust better. So we don't have a long history of people who like me living in this country. So most of the world that we built was for a very centered perspective of the world that excluded everything that was non-white. And as a result, that's exactly what Senator Mary Sinclair is trying to communicate to you. That you might be non-racist, but you are in an organization, in a situation that by definition gets you to act in a racist way, whether you wanted it or not. That's why words like white privilege, white supremacy have been talked about over the past 2-3 years. It's the talk, it's present a favor for whiteness. So what does that mean? Well, that means that our policy in Canada has been one of integration. And what that means in real terms is that we never challenge the foundations of the system. We just agree that to play in the system, we needed to change ourselves. So I needed, Carl needed, Shirley needed to put what makes us unique. I am of Haitian origin. Je parle français, je parle créole, pour hablar espagnol también. I had to put all that aside. So all the organizations who hired me saw was the skin color, but none of what makes me unique. To go back to Roosevelt Thomas, you had a house built for giraffes. Now elephants are coming in. And what we are asking the elephants to do is to accommodate, is to integrate. That's the big conversation in Quebec with their law sur la laïcité. And truly, in 2020, the elephants are saying, you know what? We cannot do that anymore. Carl started by saying to you, I am tired. Jepti talked to you about the health impact of racism on marginalized and racialized people. And they're right. As a community of the other, what is different, we are all tired. If you gay, lesbian, bisexual, transiting, queer, questioning, two-spirited, you're tired. If you're Black in all of the shades, you're tired. If you're Indigenous in all of the possibilities, you're tired. If you're somebody with a disability in all the possibilities, you're tired. We're exhausted. So what are we asking? We say, okay, fine. There are foundations of the house that are solid. Let's keep them. But let's rebuild the rest of the house as opposed to trying to accommodate me, to include me. That means you make a house that works both for giraffes and elephants. And that's the biggest struggle that we have now, because there are people who will fight to the death to keep what they have, because there's a fear that if they let it go, somehow they're losing something as opposed to gaining a better house. The third thing I want you to remember. And that is an example that saddens my heart because the intent was so well, and yet the execution was so poor. So there's a piece of news that came out too long ago in Edmonton about a man who assaulted two Muslim women that were sitting in their cars. And I'm saying that because my colleague Sahada talked to you about what does it mean to be a mother and a Muslim woman. Those incidents are rampant. The fact that one was captured means that there's 100 that is going nowhere at all, not to be seen. So the police did their work in Edmonton. They actually captured the person who assaulted these two women that were sitting in their cars. That's the good news. Now, this is what the police officer said. Sergeant Gary Willits of the Hate, Crime, and Violent Extremism Unit. I know this person has a good heart, but he said these individuals were targeted due to their race, therefore making this a hate-motivated crime. Muslim is not a race. You could be blue, you could be black, you could be green, and you could all pray to Allah and respect the foundations of Islam. So this man, in all his sense of doing right, can still do wrong. And why? Because that's the third element. We need to educate ourselves better. We need to develop a better understanding. Which brings me to my fourth point, and I'll ask my colleague Liz to show you a couple of slides for me quickly. Because sometimes as adults, we tend to remember more what we see than actually what we hear. So press again. This is the funny case of Councillor Nathalie Lemieux. Now, Madame Lemieux came with this idea that somehow the earth is flat. That's what she believes. And she believes that anybody who says the earth is round is lying. Now, I need you to understand that this person went to primary school, secondary school, probably college or university, respected member of the society. That person can walk outside and see that the moon is round. They can take a plane, a boat. They probably have a cell phone so they can see satellites going over in Gatineau Park at night. And we know it's satellite because it's moving faster than anything else. And yet this person believes the earth is flat. My point is this. We are living in a world of polarization. And your job is not to demonize her in her belief. Your job is try to understand where you can meet in the middle ground. Because for those of you that are listening, particularly in this forum, you're the change agents. And you're gonna have to deal with people who fundamentally believe different from you. When the chief of police here in Ottawa said there was systemic racism in the Ottawa Police, the president of the union came a week and a half later to say there's no such thing. That's the fight that we're having. Next slide. And I need you to understand it won't be easy. And that's where, as you heard Shirley talk so well about Murray Sinclair, please go on YouTube, put Murray Sinclair. You will get to know what a fabulous human being this man is. And this idea of systems and individuals within system, it also leads to the idea that you can change a system. It doesn't have to be the way it is. We can change it by our collective actions. Next slide. And if you can picture a change, I need you to ask yourself this simple question. Could you picture anyone here as the next chief of police? If your answer is yes, you are already way ahead. If your answer in looking at these folks is no, then you can already understand the journey that you need to take. I'm going to stop here for time. Thank you, Liz. And I'm looking forward to the conversation moving forward.
How do you follow this panel? Jeffy, Shirley, Carl, Gérard, merci. Thank you for speaking your heart, for sharing your lived experience, acknowledging also how difficult that may be. You have given us a lot to reflect on and to continue on this learning journey together. And borrowing from the spirit of what everyone shared in this panel is this concept of change is a personal journey. It starts with the individual and it's a choice. So in our next segment today, we really hope that you take the opportunity to have a conversation amongst your peers here today, to talk about this at times very difficult topic of systemic racism, and to start to take the next step on your personal journeys and also our collective journeys as a community. Donc, un gros merci encore une fois à notre panel, Jackie, Shirley, Carl et Gérard. Nous apprécions beaucoup et vous nous donnez beaucoup de matière de réflexion. Notre prochain segment aujourd'hui est une opportunité d'avoir une conversation. Mais il faut aussi penser que le changement, c'est un choix individuel et c'est un parcours individuel. Donc, on va vous inviter à être ouvert à cette possibilité d'avoir une réflexion personnelle ainsi que collective, à savoir comment ensemble et comment comme individu on peut faire un changement important et collectif sur le racisme systémique. So before we go to a short break, we'd like to leave you on a segment that was prepared by CBC. Nous allons partager avec vous un segment qui a été préparé, un montage de Radio-Canada sur le racisme systémique au Canada, et je crois que ça va tirer ou tisser des éléments de notre panneau, dans la dernière heure ensemble. I will now share with you a CBC montage that will really start to, I think, weave together what the panelists have shared with us and also what we are hearing and sensing and feeling as a community and across our country. So if you'll give me just one moment and I will tee that up for us. Un petit instant, on a un problème technique. It'll just be one moment. Thank you so much for your patience. As we wait, we invite you to share in the chat any insights throughout the panel that you'd like to share, any questions you have that we can bring into the next segment. Please use the chat as a way of engaging in the next moments while we tee up the video. Thank you.
Canada has been really good at convincing itself and the world that the terrible things that come out of colonization somehow didn't happen here.
There's no systemic discrimination. There's no system in Quebec.
Thank God that we're different than the United States.
Their denial is part of the system of systemic racism.
It's an inaccurate history This country was founded on systemic discrimination.
We don't talk about the origins, where it comes from, how our whole society is based on white male superiority.
Systemic racism is the normalizing of racism.
It's not directly in your face.
Systemic racism is something that touches every corner of our country, every corner of our institutions.
Commissioner Brenda Lucki said she struggled with the term systemic racism. Later, the commissioner said it does exist in the RCMP.
We definitely have that in the RCMP, and we are not immune to it at all.
These are institutions that were built with the intention and the understanding that they were not really to service people who are not white. There are these myths that we are so radically different from the US. Both countries are founded out of stolen and colonized land. Both countries have attempted genocide on indigenous peoples. Both countries have long histories of slavery.
It's easy to point somewhere else, and it's another form of gaslighting.
In Canada, we talk a lot about, the Underground Railroad, Black people escaping slavery and coming to Canada. But we don't also talk about how after the end of the Civil War in the US, that many of those same Black people went back to the US. And why did they go back? Because on the other side of the border, things were just as bad.
The police target and brutalize and kill Black and Indigenous peoples. We're literally paying for police officers to brutalize and kill us at disproportionate rate.
One of the officers shot him dead.
Moore was shot and killed by a police officer.
I don't understand how someone dies during a wellness check.
The family says the 29-year-old was alone in the unit with officers when she plunged to her death.
Inexplicably killed Rodney Levi, shot by RCMP.
The ones we see in the media now are just the most recent ones. We've had hundreds and hundreds of cases of brutality and violence, sexualized violence, killings that have never been addressed.
Let's look at the ways this structure has historically been used.
People who were enslaved would run away because they were property, not only labor, they were labor and property. Their masters, their owners would want them back, and they would hire people to go catch them. And police forces emerged out of that.
The whole purpose of the RCMP on the prairies specifically, but across Canada generally, was really to suppress Indigenous dissent.
They were also used to take children, put them into residential schools, not follow up on complaints of the sexual abuse that was going on there.
Black and Indigenous people make up nearly 40% of our federal prison population, while comprising less than 10% of the general population.
So much of the interpersonal stuff that happens between people that policing is now involved in can be better handled in communities when communities are given and have the resources to deal with interpersonal conflict.
A CBC News investigation 2 years ago found nearly half of Canadians who died in encounters with police since the year 2000 were mentally distressed.
We are here to ask for the defunding of the police.
Over the past decade, police budgets have ballooned. You see an increasing militarization of the police for a purpose that we don't understand.
So we need to spend money on mental health workers and a healthcare response, not on sending the RCMP to respond to a wellness check.
What defunding is asking us to do is to come back to the table, examine our structures as they are, and ask, is this appropriate for policing? It's about how do we get society to function as a whole better.
When you're looking at the way that cannabis rolled out in Canada, it wasn't Black or Indigenous folks that were benefiting from this system, even though we were disproportionately charged with those kinds of offenses.
This system is created to produce advantage for people who are marked as white.
You see all these long lineups of university students, of all of these people who now can go buy it recreationally, pretty much like they did before. I mean, you're talking about a very low arrest and conviction rate for white people compared to Black and Indigenous.
When it transforms into the realm of the legal, it's okay. The representation of it becomes white and white people.
And then no real substantive justice for all of those with criminal records for weed possession, and some still in prison today with weed charges. And where is the justice in that?
And that is what we mean when we say that institutional racism is a part and parcel of all the institutions, government and non-government, of Canadian life. We've come to a moment in our culture where to call someone racist is seen as more offensive than the person's racism.
When we call it out, we get told that it doesn't exist. We get told that we're being radical.
Jagmeet Singh, the first federal party leader of color, called a Bloc Québécois MP a racist, and when he wouldn't apologize, was ordered to leave the chamber.
It started with a motion on systemic racism in the National Police Force.
Je l'appelais un raciste et je le crois.
Singh says it wasn't just a Bloc member's decision to oppose his motion on systemic racism that angered him, but a gesture that accompanied it.
I looked back and I saw that MP not only say no, but make eye contact with me and just kind of brush his hand, dismiss it. And in that moment, I got angry.
What Jagmeet Singh was saying to this person, you are actively engaging in upholding racist systems. Thereby, by definition, you become racist.
Mr. Singh did the right thing in analyzing the gesture, naming it for what it is, and naming the minister for his behavior.
Then the media focused all attention on Jagmeet, who was kicked out of the house for refusing to apologize. Where is the focus on the person who enacted the violence?
The Bloc's leader today said Singh owes MP Alain Terrien an apology.
Me or our team, our MPs, are anything but racist people.
So Mr. Singh became the problem, not the minister with his dismissive gesture.
If our own leaders can't call it out and name it and hold people to account in Parliament, what does that say for our ability to hold anybody else to account and weed it out?
It has to be individual change. It has to be change in policies, practices. It has to be systems change.
We're being offered lots of symbolism without any substance. When I see the Prime Minister take a knee, I think of it as a distraction. Here is the leader of the middle power in the world who could do much to demonstrate what moving towards anti-Black racism could look like. And that's not what we're being offered. We're being offered a knee.
I've disregarded the knee, and blackface just comes right back to my memory.
It was something that I didn't think was racist at the time, but now I recognize it was something racist to do, and I am deeply sorry.
We need to go beyond performance, which serves who? It doesn't do anything for the victims of racism.
So part of our work is for all of us to become more self-aware about what it is we're asked to do.
You don't have to be a protester. There's 1,000 different ways that people can contribute. But silence is also violence.
It may be writing to your boards of education and asking them to take responsibility for changing curriculum to give a more accurate history.
If something's racist, we need to call it out.
And that's why Idle No More is so powerful, Wet'suwet'en Strong protests were so powerful, and these protests are so powerful because it's Black and Indigenous peoples and Canadians saying, you've got to stop this.
A Canadian identity that would be worthwhile is an identity that begins to undo the myths of Canada.
Nous espérons que le panel ainsi que la vidéo vous ont offert matière à réflexion. Maintenant, c'est place au dialogue. We hope that the video and the first panel have given us all something to think about, and now we want to hear from you. It's time for dialogue, it's time for conversation. But before that, let's take a short break. I think we can maybe all benefit from a drink of water and a bit of a walk around. We will see you back here again at 2:40, at which time you will be broken into smaller groups, and you will be greeted by a facilitator. You will spend an hour in that group until we will bring you all back at the end of that session. Donc, on vous invite maintenant à prendre une petite pause santé pour s'étirer un peu, prendre de l'air. On se revoit à 2h40 où vous allez vous retrouver en petits groupes et vous allez être accueillis par un facilitateur pour commencer le dialogue. Vous allez être parmi eux pour une période d'1 heure. So on that, please enjoy a 10-minute or so break and we will see you back at 2:40. On se voit à 2h40. Merci. Thank you. Hi, Lori. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Mandy. The other breakout rooms are starting to trickle back in. It'll just be a moment.
Lise, just so you know, both Huda and I co-facilitated Group 6.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
And how do we get our notes to you, or do we report back the points?
If you have key points from your breakout, yes, absolutely, because we are going to do a summary of the report. And we'll do our best with the plenary debrief to capture that. But yes, if you have additional notes to that, that would be really appreciated.
Great.
For me, Lise, sorry, I had the privilege of having Chief Slowly in my group, and it was really, really a good and humbling experience, because having him in the group made it very easy in answering questions. And a lot of people had questions for the chief. So we were not able, to be honest with you, we did not able to address all the questions per se, but people had questions for the chief. So, and they were not able to speak for some reason. And the chief said it's because he was the chief there. So it was not an easy, but I have taken some notes and I'd be happy to share information. I mean, some questions I may not be able to share all the, because people ask them probably in confidence. So.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. And we'll do a debrief now, and we'll share what we feel like we can. And again, the hour together was really the opportunity to have a conversation and to have some dialogue. Every room probably went through one or none of the questions, or some, maybe all of them. And the intent was just to have this opportunity to have meaningful dialogue with a smaller group of people with different perspectives. Okay, so I believe everyone is back with us, and I'm thrilled to see that many participants have stayed with us for the whole afternoon. So thank you so much. I know 4 hours of your time is a lot. Donc, merci tout le monde. On est de retour en plénière et je suis vraiment heureuse de voir que la majorité des gens qui étaient parmi nous au début d'aujourd'hui sont encore avec nous. Nous allons aller dans un petit compte-rendu de plénière pour qu'on puisse entendre un petit peu les thèmes qui se sont ressortis de différents groupes. Et comme le dialogue était il y a quelques instants, l'idée d'une heure ensemble en petit groupe, c'était vraiment d'avoir une conversation pour parler à des gens qu'on ne connaît pas ou des gens qu'on connaît sur un thème sérieux, important. Et puis ça me donne une opportunité, un espace pour avoir ce dialogue. Donc, we'd like to take a few minutes right now just to hear from the facilitators in each of the groups who can share, you can share maybe a story that was shared if you feel like you can, or if there were themes that were recurring in the breakouts that would be helpful to bring to plenary, just for the collective hearing and learning as we continue on this learning forum journey this afternoon. So I see here group number 1 was facilitated, I believe, by Fiona. Fiona, is there anything you'd like to share with the group in terms of some key insights?
Well, I would say that some of the themes that came up for us, we talked a bit about, how ripe the time is right now for change, and, never waste a good crisis. And we've been in crisis for a long time on this topic, but it's really come to a head right now. How do we make sure that we don't waste it? What is all of our role in that? We talked a little bit about, some questions around the role of white people specifically in that, and the importance of people in those places of privilege and power speaking up also, because they're heard in a different way. And that is very key to the change work happening. And also the personal work that needs to happen on the back end for us all to not be defensive about our role in systemic racism and our participation in it, and maintain a spirit of curiosity. And I mean, a lot more than that. I would say a lot of people are in a deep listening mode right now, trying to take it in. So we're working through it.
Thank you, Fiona. How about group number 2, Phil? Do you have anything you can share?
Everything that Fiona said, that all of this, it's not just police, it's sort of a human way of being, that feeling fear and feeling that sense of other, and feeling danger from that sense of other is a human sort of thing. But how the power of storytelling helps you take the learning that you get from the education on what racism is, that you can know academically, but to feel it, that trip from the head to the heart, it really comes out in storytelling. And just one of the police officers talking about Officer Cartwright, he shared stuff that she hadn't heard, and she'd spent many 9-hour driving trips down to London, Ontario with him over the course of the last 20 or so years. And you have to feel comfortable enough to share these stories, and you have to be curious enough to hear these stories when people share them, because that's when that sense of what racism actually is makes that trip from the head down to the heart. So just that need to share, the need for police officers to get to know families in their communities, just to understand the stories of what it's like being those families, to help them do their jobs better.
Thank you, Phil. Derek, over to you. Any key insights you'd like to share?
Yeah, I sure would. I hope I do justice to the group. We had a really wonderful conversation, and we were blessed with just a terrific range of perspectives and lived experiences. I want to build on what Phil just said around the 2 words that jumped out from what Phil just described around comfort and curiosity, having the comfort to be able to, feeling more comfortable to be able to share lived experiences and how we're thinking and reflecting and becoming more self-aware. I felt a lot of that within the dynamic of the group that I was privileged to be involved with for the last little while. Some of the things that came out of our group, a definite acknowledgement, particularly from the police officers that were part of our group, the need for diversification, to diversify, but there was a special reference made to the importance of diversity of thought, which I thought was struck me as particularly powerful, given the way that police organizations typically over decades and centuries, I suppose, have really tried to mold officers into a similar, consistent way of thinking, applying the law, seeing the world. And so the acknowledgement of the need for greater diversity of thought stuck out. I think at least it did for me, and I think for others in the group. I just wanted to share 2 comments that were made at the end around the notion of anti-racism. One of our participants encouraged us to think about it more as a verb than a noun, and to be thinking about anti-racism in terms of how our day-to-day conversations with family, friends, at workplaces, how we shift those conversations in order to continue with the momentum that's building, and to trigger change and to encourage change. And just in reference to what Fiona had said about the need for personal work, we had somebody else offer up this notion that for Caucasian people, for white people, we need to be learning more about ourselves and about our backgrounds and cultures, because we're not aware of the dangers, some of the dangers associated with those cultural backgrounds. And as a white person, the place to start as an anti-racist is to learn about yourself. So yeah, those are some of the highlights to come out of our group.
Really appreciate that, Derek. Thank you so much. Debbie, your group, please.
So yeah, we had a great discussion as well. It was a great group, and I really appreciated all their insights. So we said some of the things that Fiona, Phil, and Derek have already said in terms of the need for change. There was a couple of things that stood out. A real need to know, what is the plan going forward? If you recognize change is important and it has to happen, what is that? So I know we will be talking about this during this event as well. Some of the ideas were around ensuring that there's greater representation of diversity. And it's not just to say hire more of one group, but hire a diverse number of groups, whether that's within the LGBTQS2, whether it's Black officers, women, Aboriginal and First Nations women and men, but not to do it one by one, to do it as a collective. I think we were all taken by everything that Carl Cartwright said and just can't imagine what that would have been like for him. And thought that it's one thing to recruit people from diverse communities, but it's really quite another thing to retain. And so that he has stayed with this service for so long and with the experience he has is just incredible. And so the idea that you wouldn't hire people who are from minority groups one at a time is likely going to add to the retention of those same people. The other thing we talked a lot about, the standout word is community, and a worry that its police officers are inherently good and that the community who they are policing is inherently bad. And so the approach to that community can sometimes be without the understanding, particularly for communities that are different from their own. And so there has to be a real push to create a policy of harmonization with those communities to increase the understanding, which I know other people have talked about as well. And the other big thing that came out in Tuna Community was a saying that's been around for a long time: be the change you want to see in the world. And if you really do want to change things, think about the Community Equity Council, the CEC, which is co-hosting and co-sponsoring this event and joining us. So that was it.
Thank you, Debbie. Hector, je crois que tu étais avec le groupe de francophones et des gens bilingues. Est-ce que tu as quelque chose à partager avec nous?
Okay, so I guess it's my turn now. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, we had a very wonderful discussions there at the Breakout Group 5. It was, I felt like we needed more time to continue with the discussions, right? But it was really, really good. We started off by saying, we don't have to say racism, systemic racism exists here or exists there or doesn't exist. As society, we have to see systemic racism as the foundation for which everything is built on, right? And so it's not like what the ICMP is saying, whether it exists or it doesn't exist. Everywhere it is, because that is a foundation. So that is how we should see it going forward. As I say, we need to make sure we do those changes. We also talk about personal accountabilities, especially when it comes to the police relationship with the community. We need to be able to hold police officers accountable for certain things they do as individuals, right? So we talked about qualified immunity, for instance, and other stuff. We also talk about the fact that, yes, policies and everything need to be reviewed and changed, but the policies itself have to make sure that the policies are improving the lives of the people in the community. If the policies are not improving lives, we should throw it away and restart it, okay? And at the process, we came up with a you call black test. Every policy, for instance, must pass a black test. If it's not passing the black test, if it's not making the lives of Black people better than it is now, or life of indigenous people better than it is now, then that policy cannot hold water. We need to throw it away and then restart the whole process again. And so we also talked about inclusion, diversity, inclusion, and equity, and all the stuff that we normally talk about, we shorten it as the EDI. What the group was we talked about was that we need OPS to have a definition of what inclusion means to them. Okay, what is inclusion? Is it the fact that you are bringing more black people or indigenous people into the organization? That's what you call inclusion, or is something else? What does inclusion mean to you as OPS? We also talked about the fact that this learning forum, this is the sixth one. Okay, this is the sixth one. We want to make sure that going forward, we will see the changes going forward. So we'll say, okay, when we had the sixth learning forum, this is what changed. Okay, this is what we came up with, and it led to this change in policy or procedure or practice. Okay, so we can say, okay, this is making impact. So we can have people continuing attending it and sort of building on it. So in a nutshell, that's what we talked about. We have about 13 points that I will be sending to you later on.
I appreciate that, Hector. Thank you so much. Huda and Teresa, group number 6.
Huda, are you okay if I start to list some of the points that were discussed and then you can jump in after?
Yep.
Okay. And again, if I missed anything, I apologize. I was trying to take notes and trying to group together points that were made in our group to the best of my ability while listening and noting. So we started to talk about the need to address issues of racism one by one and start the conversation that it exists. Not does it exist, but exactly playing on what Hector just communicated, that we're having this conversation, that it already exists, and what are we going to do about it? How are we going to proceed? The importance of education from kids in school to the police and in society, you know, current impacts from Indigenous history, the issues facing immigrants, refugees coming to this country and what they're coming from. All those need to be taught both in school and within police schools and for children, just so that they're growing up with a proper knowledge of the situation in Canada. Recruiting ongoing needs to reflect society, but balancing that racialized or Indigenous candidates shouldn't have to be the spokesperson for all Indigenous people or all Black community or all Asian community, or that they don't have to answer the questions or be put on the spot. As was mentioned earlier, it's very tiring and it's unacceptable. No one can ever be asked to speak for their whole nation. That there's a need for changes, but those changes need to be specific in policy, in legislation, in directives. So in a Human Rights Act or a code, having a navigation guide with very specific guidelines for the change to be implemented by police. And then the need for positive engagement is extremely beneficial for both children, youth, and racialized and Indigenous communities to have positive encounters in a social way, whether it be within their school, at car washes, powwows, community events, or I mentioned the example of the flotilla, so on and so forth. So those were some points that I had. And who did you want to add into that?
The only other thing that I would want to add is that there was just a comment, and we haven't talked about this in this bigger group, around just the presentation and just the whole forum, and about a learning opportunity around engaging communities that are not directly in connection with the Ottawa Police or the City of Ottawa or stuff like that, that we could potentially also engage in communities that are based in grassroots. So that was just the last comment that I would want to add. Thanks, group 7.
Thank you, Huda, for that, and to Teresa. That group from group 6, yes. And Anita, group 7.
We had excellent discussion and conversation in our groups. It was really a great opportunity for me to facilitate that. Just try to summarize some of it. Some of the comments from OPS members in the group was expressing a willingness to meet at the table of others, not just when we talk about meeting at the shared table, but also go to their table and to listen, to really listen, and then come away with action and want to implement change. And we all talked a lot about the value of hearing lived experiences. I mean, it keep being mentioned by others, hearing their stories of Carl Cartwright and others, it really brings home those points. So sharing those stories of lived experience. There was discussion about the challenges in recruiting diversity, challenges externally to OPS and challenges internally at OPS, but also how rewarding it is to see the new officers coming in that are reflecting the more diverse aspects of the community. There's also a point that when we measure, we can identify gaps, and when we identify gaps, we can develop strategies to address them. So what we see, we need to measure, and then if we don't measure it, we're not going to see it. So talking about how we can address racism, systemic racism. Comments from the community. One of the really powerful comments was that we talk about the relationship between the community and the police being broken, but someone said it was never a good relationship to begin with. It was never healthy. And so there's a lot of trauma, a lot of historic mistrust, and that needs to be recognized. And there can't be a strong relationship if there isn't that trust. One of the comments from the community was about seeing police as gatekeepers of the justice system and recognizing how the broader criminal justice system is so disproportionately having Indigenous and Black people and racialized people involved. And so for police to see themselves in that role as gatekeepers. And then there was response from OPS members recognizing that as gatekeepers and thinking about that role and how do police take on that role as a gatekeeper. And then one final comment to leave with is that we talk about policies. Policies are good, but as someone pointed out, that's mind work, and we need to make that journey to the heart. So it's not just about the mind work of policies, but also about the heart, as well as the physical, the spiritual, the emotional. So those were the comments from my group. I hope I can't capture it all, but that was the best I could do.
Thank you, Anita. I really appreciate it. And Jalil, you mentioned that you were with the chief, and so a lot of conversation circled around questions to the chief. Any highlights from that engagement?
Well, thank you, Lise. Merci beaucoup. I just actually, as I mentioned, I had the privilege to be in the group with Chief Slowly, but also I had June in the group, and many talented people. So I would like to thank them for their participation. And of course, I try to capture the information we shared. Some actually were direct questions to the chief. And I think more people were comfortable, felt more comfortable asking the questions to the chief than delving into the issue. So they had specific questions for the chief. So I would like to thank Chief Slowly for being candid and answering their questions. I guess some of the themes that we discussed, or some of the big or keywords that came out, is that we talked about racism versus human rights violation, and especially for African people. And we talked about that the recognition, recognizing the suffering of people and their human rights. We also mentioned the secretion of someone's human rights. So these are strong words that came in the conversation. We also mentioned, or some people mentioned, that the police there is a system, and that we talked about having almost what we call old boys club, and people had to fit in the system. Lack of data, this is one of the things that was mentioned. So there needs to be more data kept, and evaluation of the use of force by police. So this is some of the things that were mentioned. One of the very interesting, actually, one of the participants, he said, or they said that they were discussing these issues way back when, and they felt not sad, but they felt a little bit awkward to have this conversation now that they're older. So we're still trying to define the terms of racism and systemic racism that he hopes that by the end, of course, and not this forum, but at least now we would be in a better position to have a good definition and to act on this and to uproot it from the system. So some of the good conversation that came, and I guess this is one of the information or some of the messages shared by Chief about the Rwanda genocide that happened. It was a systemic racism, which is proven that it is a human condition. That racism was seen in the homeland of in Jamaica, based on the shade and skin of color versus different skins of color. So this is a big statement. It resonates with me. Racism is not limited to any race. And we would like to add with the this is off script, and I didn't share, and I mentioned to people I'm only facilitating. But I would like to mention maybe two stories, and very, very quickly, I'm mindful of the time. But one story which is not relevant at all, but it's just I was about to have an operation, and the anesthesiologist was a resident and was explaining to me what he's going to do. And as he was trying to do the IV, he poked me on, he asked me where I'm going to put the IV, and I mentioned, please put it here, and it's easier. So he said, no, I put it here, it's easier. And everybody else is watching, the nurses are watching, and he poked me here and blood started gushing out. And imagine I'm on the table just waiting to be operated on. And then he apologized and he tried to do it another place. And I said, please do it here. He said, no, I'll do it here. So he did it the same thing. And I'm like, I'm looking at all these nurses looking at him and nobody's able to intervene. And I couldn't say anything. So I felt helpless. I couldn't say this person of authority and he's doing whatever he wants. In the end, he kept poking me until he did it here. And to be honest with you, I was more worried about this procedure more than the being cut open while I'm under the like anesthesia. So what I'm trying to say, I share this experience with you, is that really something that is perceived. Of course, I'm there, I couldn't cry for help. So this is how I see, how I feel people, they feel racism, is that they feel it and they are the only one who can feel it. People around them cannot feel their experiences and they cannot cry for help. This is really, this is something that resonates with me. It happened 20 years ago and I'm still remember that experience and I couldn't get help from the nurses and anyone who was there at that time. It would have been easy if a nurse booked me the first time. The second story that I would like to mention, I mentioned it one time, is that this is not only for the police, and I'm not trying to just say that there is no issue with the police, but I came here and my wife and my family, I'm sharing this experience. My in-laws, white people, and they're not Muslim. We were at a restaurant, and one of the things that happened at the restaurant, everybody made their order, and the waiter forgot about me. I was upset, but then he came back around and made my order. He brought the wrong order, and he kept really addressing me, or not addressing me, but basically showing some kind of disrespect to me. At that moment, I was newlywed. Like, this is my first month of my marriage, my in-laws and my wife, and I wanted to leave the restaurants, but I couldn't. I had to step on my dignity and be respectful of the people around me. But if I were by myself, I would have left. And they didn't see anything. For them, they didn't feel that there was any injustice done. They felt it was normal. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that both examples that I said, lived experiences, people around me, witnesses, but no one but me. I am feeling the pain. So I just wanted to share this experience just for perspective. So thank you very much for my group and for everyone who's listening.
Thank you, Jillo, for sharing that. Hamid, over to you, please. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying Tandy actually was facilitating the group, but she passed on some of the information to me as well. There's a lot of the things that have been said already was repeated within our group, but I will add one big point that came out is for us to address the issue of racism is to have the humility and accept to work on yourself and challenge your own behaviors. That's where it has to start if you really want to impact the change moving forward. We have to address the issue of exclusion, because addressing the systemic racism or putting equity in place, equity without inclusion is not complete either. The need, there's a big need in change in the hiring practices, which, you know, I'm glad to see that we have already started that within our Ottawa Police. That will make a huge difference in terms of the way the service delivery is being put forward. We need to be able to, as an organization, as an individual, open to accept criticism, and not just accept it to kind of make people good, but to take it and examine it and make sure that once we do that, we make the changes necessary to move forward. Change, you know, examine how we acting and how we are making people feel. Everybody said that everyone has biases, and that must be addressed by the individuals and by the organization. They love the idea of speaking from the heart, because that's where the true, authentic feelings come out, but connected also with the part of the brain that kind of bring the change on as well. We need to challenge racism, need people with courage, especially in leadership, to make the necessary changes and to speak out. Culture change is important. Challenge racist acts and comments. Don't let them slide by just because you're not the one who are saying it. You need to also challenge it when somebody else says that. In terms of how do you become anti-racist, it was very eloquently put. For us to be anti-racist, one has to first recognize that they have been racist so they can move forward with that. And you need other people to stand up and challenge the racist comments, as we said. And you need to move beyond being an ally. And as Reverend Bailey put it, you need to be an accomplice and move towards being an advocate and share the pain of the people who are working on the change on a daily basis and experiencing it. And change the culture of assumptions as we move forward. I'm sure I'm forgetting one or two other things that have been said, but that's the gist of what the discussion was about.
Thank you, Hamid. And that's what the chat is for as well. For those of you who shared anything in the breakout sessions that you would like to highlight, by all means, please use the chat as a different way or another way to have a voice this afternoon. Donc, pour ceux d'entre vous qui ont partagé pendant les sessions de petits groupes et si ça n'a pas ressorti dans les thèmes, on vous invite à utiliser le chat. On voit que c'est quand même assez utilisé présentement et c'est vraiment une autre façon de participer au forum. So I'm just going to change my slide here. We are going to move to our second and last panel, and I think that the debrief from the breakouts brings us here very naturally in terms of what do we need to do? It's how do we move this to action and to something concrete and meaningful to actually move the needle on systemic racism and racism in our community. Donc, notre prochain segment est vraiment d'aller chercher ou d'aller apprendre qu'est-ce qui se fait présentement au niveau du racisme systémique. Donc, le prochain panel est avec nous pour partager une mise à jour sur ce que le service de police et la communauté font pour lutter contre le racisme systémique. Ce qui est prévu aussi est engager le panel et les participants sur ce qu'il faut faire d'autre. Parce que c'est évident que le travail, il y a du boulot, il y a du travail à faire. Et puis, c'est commencé et ça doit continuer et persister. So our next panel is with us to share an update on what the Ottawa Police Service and the community are doing to address systemic racism, what is planned, and engage the panel and the participants on what else needs to be done, because there is a lot of important work to be done. Obviously, there are things that are not working. And so this is really an opportunity to hear and reflect on what has been started and to hear from you, specifically in the chat as we close the day, on what else needs to be done. So I invite Abid Jan to start the second panel. He is the Director of Capacity Building, United Way, and part of the United for All Coalition. So Abid, over to you.
Thank you so much, Liz. So just in the interest of time, we are cutting down our presentations to half the time. So I'll try to be quick, but for the little time that I have, I would like to share with you the evolution of our collective work to make the change happen and discuss where we go from here. So, but let me set the context first. So when I arrived in Canada, my first impression was that everything was equal, like everyone was equal, and with equal opportunities for success, and there was no disparity and no serious social and economic consequences of that disparity, the way I felt it in the rest of the world, and particularly from where I belonged. So, Liz, I'll just leave this slide for now. Can you just remove it for now? Yeah, thanks. So. So that was my impression, right? So I thought that I won't have my dream job here in Canada because there were no issues that I had to deal with the way I used to deal with those kinds of types of issues in the international development. However, working with the Ottawa Police and other partners and playing with the data. It was around 2004 and 5. We learned that there are some neighborhoods here in Ottawa where there's stark disparity, and where like some neighborhoods would have unemployment rate as 12% compared to only 0% or 2% elsewhere, right? Where high school graduation rate would be only 68% compared to as high as 93% elsewhere. And in those neighborhoods, the average income was half of the city average. So to us, there was a disparity, but like many, I also thought that the root causes for that particular reality was the lack of collaboration, coordination, leveraging of resources, and community participation. And so we started working around that perspective and looking at those things as the root causes, right? And we started implementing some of those community level initiatives like crime prevention through social development through the No Community Left Behind initiative around 2004 and 5, and then that turned into the CDF. But actually now when I think retrospectively, we were actually dealing with symptoms. Those were band-aid solutions, and those were not permanent solutions. So in terms of addressing the root causes, I believe that we were wrong, and we were just providing the temporary solutions to those problems there in those communities. But still, that work was kind of a foundation for what I'm going to share with you about United for All, right? So it took us about 10 years to learn that the root causes for the disparities that we were seeing in those neighborhoods were totally different, right? And that work actually came to fore in 2018, like 10 years down the road, when we started working on the neighborhood equity index and then the related portrait of Ottawa's Black community, 2019. So that helped us conclude that it was that we actually needed to make progress on and focus on those root causes, right? And then the problem was that addressing the root causes is not as easy as we think, because unlike other places, like for instance, I belong from Pakistan, and when I was in primary school, the colonialists had left about 25 years ago, but when we were taught about how to write an application, the application would start with, I beg to state, and then towards the end, it would say that your most obedient servant, and I just couldn't get that why most obedient servant? We are not slaves, we are students, right? So just that comparative assessment, the problem in Canada is far more serious than places like Pakistan, from my personal experience, because the reasons are, like for instance, in Canada, the settlers didn't leave Canada, right? So they stayed here, and then the mistreatment of, as a result of that, the mistreatment of Indigenous people, and then the institution of segregating Black communities, that remained intact for way too long. So no wonder why we had residential schools lasted until mid-90s, and then not letting Black students in, say, the Kingston Medical College up to 1965. And that rule was on the books until 2018, right? So keeping those in mind, the other factor that the task is very challenging is that now that with the new waves of immigrants arriving, they're facing the same systemic barriers and the same systemic challenges. And now we are labeling them as racialized population, right? And when we go into statistics, they're not totally different. Like there's just slight difference for what the Black populations are facing and the racialized populations are facing. And that's exactly because of the way those systemic barriers were put in place, right? So again, another factor is that in Canada, we just didn't have enough time to heal, right? There has been no systematic or organized effort to identify the root causes of systemic barriers and then provide those equal opportunities. And then most importantly, recognizing that the roots of those systemic discriminations and systemic racism are so deep and pervasive that systemic racism is in one institution, such as in police, right? It's just merely a fraction of it all. So what happens in the police, for instance, that's a reflection of the whole society. It's only one symptom of a larger sickness, right? So we cannot treat fever by only addressing the headache. So this brings me to the work of United for All. So we launched United for All in this particular context in 2019, but the work started way back in 2016. It's a coalition of 100 organizations, more than 100 organizations, and under our broad mandate to address issue of hate and violence, addressing the root causes of systemic racism and discrimination is one of the major portion of that. And we believe that we are all in it together, and all of us have to play a key role in this. And there's no single actor, no single entity, no single enemy, no single solution. It's a complex problem that requires complex solutions. And that's why what we have done over the past 4 years, like we went through so many community consultations with so many different groups. We had about 25 different consultations, focus groups, and that led us into, so Liz, can you, if you could please show that slide. So that led us to identifying those 10 areas for action, right? So we had a two-pronged approach, prevention and intervention. So what you see here on the screen, I won't go into details, but these are the 10 areas for action that we have identified for ourselves from the prevention perspective. And then in terms of our top priorities, what we're trying to do is our next steps are planning to start an education and awareness campaign by developing a local counter narrative to deal with the proliferation of hate, including the language around policing. Like, for instance, police are part of the society, right? So there have to be solutions that we evolve together, right? So we do not need to be divisive, to have that divisive language. Like, for instance, this law enforcement and policing, that creates negative perceptions both for the police officers and the community, right? So we also aim to develop an economic response to these challenges. So by that, what we mean is to build an equitable, anti-racist recovery economy, right? That strengthens communities and enabling ordinary people to support themselves with dignity. So this is just a quick overview of what we do under United for All. And all that we have done over the past more than 3 years now, to us is just a first step. And together we have a long way to go, and I'm sure that we will succeed. So I want to thank our partners for their patience with the long process of consultations and planning. And I hope that we'll soon be able to have enough resources to support that transitioning to action. And I sincerely hope that our children and your children won't have to continue to live with that systemic inequity and discrimination that we experience today. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Abid. Really appreciated. Gérard, I welcome you again to share your insights in terms of what are we doing to address systemic racism. Over to you, Gérard.
Thank you so very much, Liz. You know, those of you who may have been watching the chat would have seen a healthy conversation around whether or not the CEC is effective. To some extent, the question was, as I read it at least, that maybe there's a lot of talk and not enough action. And as I read this, of course, it concerns me. It concerns me for a simple and obvious reason. So when you're talking about systemic change, when what you're looking for, it's not, you know, the idea of getting one person to side with you or somebody to agree with you. You're trying to deconstruct something that has been in place for 150 years, that has done its share of damage, and that is deeply rooted in racist thinking. For that systemic change to happen, you actually need action at different levels. So this sense of that this is not being done and that is not being done, or it's not being done my way, it doesn't lead to the outcome that we want, because the reality is, as a CEC member, you need activists. You need people that are going to stand on top of the roof and yell bloody murder. You actually need people who are going to challenge the status quo and put their life and their well-being in danger by doing a sitting at the corner of Elgin and Laurier. You need that. At the same time, though, you still need people that can understand how to implement a culture shift in an organization. You still need people that can understand how to promote a healthy dialogue. If you remember my mise en contexte earlier about this counselor who believes the earth is flat, you don't need to agree with the counselor, but you at least need to understand where the counselor is coming from. So you come to an understanding of what can be our shared knowledge to solve a problem. Because the reality is, we'll not solve the police problem by force. There's none of us who's going to take a gun and write to the police and say the police has to change. So culture change is deep, culture change is wide, which brings me then to the work of the Community Equity Council as a necessary and important element of the change that we want to see. There's a lot of things that will be done that many people listening today will not see the end outcome of it, because it is not something that I would say to you is visible, but it is something that in the long term will help architect what I call the true culture shift required for the changes that we want to see. For example, in 2 years, I sincerely believe that the Community Equity Council, with Sahada as the co-chair, has become a trusted advisor for the OPS. In the 2 years that I've been there, I've seen the OPS makes a shift that to me is welcoming, where they're not only listening, but they're acting on advice. We don't always agree, and I respect the right of the Ottawa Police to make certain decisions. But at the same time, I can say to you that when those decisions are made, they are taken and done in a context that is much more wide-ranging than if they were to center their decisions just on the police and the police advice. I have never seen the Ottawa Police be so focused on listening to the community as I have seen in the past 2 years. Is this the end all be all? It is not. But when we talked about effectiveness, that's to me is an effective way. And that's a model that every single police force in Canada should actually develop and adopt. The second issue that I want to raise in terms of change and what is required for the change to happen is, so far, you have a plethora of actors and they are acting independently. And we need to figure out how to work better together, because to a systemic problem, again, we're not talking about individual decisions. We're not talking about someone or a group doing A, another group doing B. And we're not talking about groups being in confrontation with each other, or this idea that for me to have, you must lose. We need to figure out how to channel the collective energy of everyone. I would love to understand, for the more than 150 of you that are on this call, how we're going to get you to work with the different players that are interested in making sure that the police reflects the community it serves, but also that the police is subservient to the community it serves. And that includes racialized and marginalized communities. So to me, that's an element that is sadly missing, because I think we are still doing, each one of us in our little world, what we can, and we haven't yet come as a group. The third thing that I think we need to do, by the way, and that has nothing to do with the police, that has to do with us. I have a great friend at the CEC, Joan Riggs, for whom I have tremendous respect. And Joan Riggs, about 3 months ago, introduced me to the concept of lateral violence. And up until that point, for everything I thought I knew, I had never heard of that before. And lateral violence, that's what we do to one another. So we are in the same fight, which is how do we support a culture shift in the police so I, as a Black man, do not feel victimized. That's the fight that we're in. And yet quite often we miss the point that we need to work together in an atmosphere of respect and understanding, and that we don't purposefully hurt each other. So as much as we are putting a lot of emphasis on the police that needs to change, I would challenge you that we need to put equally as much effort to make sure that we don't hurt each other. So in my view, if we could do those three things, there is a chance. If we could leverage the CEC for what the CEC can do, to me, it's a powerful tool for the Ottawa Police. It's a well thought of tool, and kudos to the people who originated that tool. Kudos to Deputy Chief Steve Bell. If we could figure out better ways to work together, that to me would deal with the systemic nature of what needs to be done. And last but not least, if we could just stop hurting each other. Those three elements in place would make me very hopeful in terms of building this future that we so want and we so desire. Thank you so much, Lise.
Thank you, Gerard. So much to take away from that. Thank you. Deputy Chief Bell, I'll hand it over to you, please.
Thank you, and I'm sure you're handing it over to me to make sure that I speak quickly through it based on time. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, Gerard. Thanks, Abid. You both are very tough acts to follow. What I want to do with my 3 or 4 minutes is I want to actually talk about some of the things that we have accomplished over the last year. I talked about it in my opening session to say that we were very committed and we were looking at doing work. We have centered that work around our EDI action plan. And I can tell you that EDI action plan has come directly out of the work that a forum like this did 1 year ago. So please know that all of the efforts, all the dialogue, we hear you. We seek to have exactly the change that you're looking for, and we listen to the input that we get from these forums to look at how we structure ourselves and the work that we want to do. In that, one of the things that we've absolutely done is the continued development and growth of the Community Equity Council. It's a great collaboration. Gerard talked a lot about it between key senior community leaders and senior leadership within the organization. What we've done over the past year is we've actually looked at how we strengthen that structure, bring more community members in, bring more diversity of perspective and voice in, and we've done that through some of our committee work, whether it be our anti-racism committee, our Indigenous Relations Committee, our recruiting and training committee, to name just 3 of the 7 that we have there. Also, over the past year, we've looked to implement and have just recently announced a workplace sexual violence and harassment project that will look to better address issues of that exist within the Ottawa Police and within policing. We're looking to improve our complaints process with the special projects that we've just initiated to allow for third party to receive and investigate complaints. We looked at the way we responded to hate crime and reinstated our hate crimes unit. This was done directly with Abid and United for All in a response to a call for the Ottawa Police to better address hate and bias within our community. We've looked at how we build on a base of development within our organization and how we enhance our fair and impartial policing, how we look to build further training, whether it be anti-Black or anti-Indigenous training that we talked about, that I talked about at the beginning of the session. Along with that, we're looking at how we do a review of our de-escalation practices and actually improve our training and improve our response around de-escalation. In our breakout group, we had lots of discussion around data, and I can tell you that we continue with our traffic stop race data collection project to look at what are the race, gender and location of people that we're stopping within our community through traffic stops, and then how can we take that information to better refine our service delivery model so that we don't have disproportionate stops for young Black men, young Arab men, all young Middle Eastern men all across, or any other representative group like we're seeing in the data that we're providing. We've also looked at how we realign our service delivery model through our neighborhood resource teams. And what we've done is we've taken a very neighborhood specific approach to work with neighborhood leaders to look at how we actually contribute to community safety and well-being within those communities. You heard from Carl as he talked before, Inspector Cartwright, about the employee resource group. So we've looked to expand on those over the past year. There's been a lot of dialogue in the chat group that representation and just diversification won't actually eliminate systemic racism, and I actually absolutely agree with that. That being said, I think it's really important that in the Ottawa Police Service, we are reflective of our community and that we have that diversification and diversity of voice and opinions within our organization. So what I can tell you is over the last year, we've really pivoted in our recruitment and actively looked at how we bring diversity into the organization. 2020, we had 2,300 applications, and that resulted in an 18% increase in female applicants, a 36% increase in racialized applicants, and a 3% boost in Indigenous applicants. One of the things that we're proud of is the most recent graduating class in the fall was composed of 33% women, 7% Asians, 18% Black, 4% Middle Easterns, 6% South Asians, and 3% Indigenous. And that was without a doubt the most diverse class anywhere in Canada. We're continuing to work and do more work with the Community Equity Council, and right now we're looking at developing an EDI lens toolkit that we'll be able to use within our organization, but also apply against the service delivery that we will be undertaking in the new year. All that to say, we have more work to do. Please don't take that to think that we don't absolutely recognize that we have a ways to go. What we want you to hear from this is you absolutely have a commitment from this chief, this executive, this entire organization to move this work ahead. As the executive sponsor of the Easy Eye Action Plan, the police co-chair of CEC, and a deputy chief in the city, I can tell you that I'm deeply committed to this important dialogue. I know that there's a lot more to do, but this police service wants to be the police service that our city expects and wants to have. And we'll continue to lead the change to be exactly that police service. I can't thank everyone enough for their engagement and involvement today. It was incredible. We have lots to take away. We have lots to digest, a lot more conversations to have so that we can continue to move on a positive direction forward. So thank you, Lise.
Merci. Thank you, Deputy Chief Bell. Thank you, Abid and Gerard, as well, for your insights and for your updates on the great work that is happening. Il va sans dire qu'il reste encore beaucoup de travail à faire. It goes really without saying that there's a lot of work still left to be done. This truly is a step in a journey together, and also a personal journey, first and foremost, really. So we hope that today's learning forum was insightful for you, not only personally, but for us as a community to be able to have this dialogue together. I just wanted to highlight very quickly before we conclude and we hear from our co-chair, Sahara Alolo, that we have made provisions for debriefing after today's session. So if anyone feels the need to debrief, I will at the end of Grandmother Irene's closing song be posting contact information. Donc pour ceux d'entre vous qui aimeraient avoir un compte rendu après la journée d'aujourd'hui, nous allons poster un numéro où vous pouvez contacter quelqu'un afin de faire ce compte rendu parce que c'est important de prendre soin de nous-mêmes dans ces conversations. So on that note, it is my pleasure to introduce to you again our co-chair to come and close today's forum. Ms. Sahada Alolo, she's the co-chair of the Community Equity Council. Sahada, over to you.
Thank you so much, Liz. What a day. There's so much to unpack from today's session. The panel of speakers really shared some eye-opening, thought-provoking ideas, experiences, and sentiments. I really do hope that we have all deepened our understanding of systemic racism through the lens of our panelists, presenters, and from the discussion in the breakout sessions. Shirley said something earlier that really resonated with me, and that is her grandfather's advice, that she should stay and effect change from within. However, after having heard that, and then hearing Carl speak, I go back to Carl's statement. We are all exhausted. We are tired. And we do not want our Black, Indigenous, and persons of colors officers to stay within just to hang in there. So my deep gratitude to Carl, Shelley, and many others who are staying within various institutions in our country to effect change. I understand very well now the duality that Carl spoke about. As a Black woman, not working for the police, but working with the police and not being a sworn police officer. I myself have experienced the lateral violence that Gerard spoke about. And as a community member putting my hand up and saying, I want to be part of the change. I want to be with an institution that is oppressing us and be part of it because I know the value of that institution. And I know that if we all work well for the institution to be what it is supposed to be, it works well for all of us. So thanks to everyone for your contribution and insights. And I go back to my challenge. As a Muslim woman, I have to conclude with that I know that there are so many in our community that do not agree with some of us for working closely with the police. And I hear them and I understand where they are coming from. But they also have to understand where we are coming from as well. I know that when I die, I am not going to go to my grave with all of my worldly possessions, but what I do know I'm going to go with and stand in front of my Lord and what I will say to him. What did I do? What contributions did I make to bring change in my city, in my country, and in my community? However, the onus should not be on those seeking equity to bring the change. It is incumbent on all of us to be part of the change process. And today I have been sometimes emotional as I know that I left my home country because I was seeking greener pastures. And I didn't know that today I'll be sitting here championing for change in a country that I thought will embrace me. But I'm very grateful that I am doing this, and hopefully when I die in my grave, my children and my children's children would know that Mommy did not sit by the fence. So thank you so much, everyone, for taking the time to be part of this change. And as we move forward, what is the plan for going forward? I don't have the answers, but one way that I know how is my work with the Community Equity Council. We are always looking for community members and OPS members to help the work. So for those of us who don't know us, who don't know the Community Equity Council, please Google us. You will find us online and find ways to contact us so that we can bring the change we desire in our city. Thank you so much, and I wish everyone a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Sahada. Thank you so much. I'd now like to offer an opportunity to our chief slowly to share some closing insights. Chief, over to you, please.
Thanks, Liz. At some risk, I'll just repeat thanks to the organizers of this event, the facilitators, Liz, yourself specifically, the panel members, attendees. It's a lot to ask anybody for time these days, but to give a full afternoon for those of you that have attended from the community, not even able to offer you any food or water or caffeine, but the vast majority have hung in for the vast majority of the time and made meaningful contributions on a difficult topic in a difficult environment. Even though this is a Zoom environment, there's still issues of power and imbalance and hurt and trauma, and so thank you. Sahada, you were one of the highlights for me, as you almost always inevitably are, bringing that perspective of who you are and what you risk in the role that you've taken on, not just in this event, but as a co-chair of the CEC. I have great certainty that when you face your Lord, he will embrace you quickly, and thank you for your efforts. And I genuinely hope that you will have a long, healthy, peaceful, and productive life. I was a little nervous about your comments around your passing on. I will tell not just Sahada, but many on this call, Reverend Bailey, Gerard Etienne, many on this call have an amazing knack of holding people like myself and organizations like the Ottawa Police Service to account, unrelentingly and unflinchingly holding us to account. They do it in many forums, not just on Zoom platforms. They do it at board meetings, they do it at public meetings, and they no doubt do it in many private conversations. I've certainly been held to account by both of them, Gerard and Sahada, from even before I took office here, when they told me very clearly what their expectations was of the incoming chief of police, irrespective of my skin color, my background, my place of origin, my work history, what their expectations were of me coming in as chief of police. And that was to meaningfully and continuously address the issue of equity, diversity, inclusion in this organization and make us an organization worthy of the public's trust. They've also been unrelenting in holding up to the account when the police have made an effort, and in making an effort, made change, and change that aligns with the community's expectations. So I'm grateful for both of those efforts. I do want to recognize, and it's been in the chat lines as well as in some of the conversations that I've been involved in over the course of this, we have not got a fully representative group of here. I'm grateful for the 150 odd people at the highest number I saw who participated, but we've had a dearth of youth and BIPOC youth in particular, and particularly those youth who have spoken very eloquently and very insistently on whether it's abolishing policing, defunding policing, reforming policing, or just feeling a little bit more safe and trusting around police. And so we'll need to, at next year's forum, do our best to address that deficit and bring those voices more forcefully and directly into these forums and any other forum that we hold or host going forward. I'm glad that Steve was able to provide an account of what has changed over the last year. We need to do that better, not to promote ourselves, but to demonstrate we are listening, and more than we're listening, we're changing and doing things that align with the expectations expressed in forums like this. And so I'm grateful for Steve for laying that out. It's something we have to do better as an organization, and we will. I do want to reflect on a couple of comments, and for me, one of the most impactful presentations today was from Shirley Coulier, and reinforced by Carl's comments, because they impact me and my own experience, lived experience, professional experience. So I'm grateful for their courage to share and the impact that it has had, largely positive, on this audience. But it's also important that we recognize beyond those who are Indigenous, Black, BIPOC, who have not just survived in policing, but advanced policing in other institutions, that we are able to do so, not just survive, but thrive because of other leaders. And I know Larry Hill has been active on this call today. I'm grateful for Larry as someone who in the 25 years ago was one of the few white leaders in policing to stand up and acknowledge the issue of racial profiling in his own eloquent and courageous way, challenge other leaders of all stripes and backgrounds, police leaders, to do better. And is still active today, even in retirement. I want to recognize Steve Bell again, Joan McKenna, Mark Ford. Steve is now the EDI champion. Joan has been championing workplace harassment, particularly sexual violence, sexual harassment. Mark Ford has recently taken on the mantle of violence against women and gender equity within the organization. It cannot be people like myself being the spokesperson on issues like this. It must be all of us, for all of us, championing issues for all of us, irrespective of whether they impact us or not. And so I'm pleased to see that change in a very short period of time in my tenure as Chief of Police. I want to encourage that inside the organization and in the broader society. And last but not least, change will not happen just by leadership inside. It will not happen just by activism on the outside. It will happen if there is active change on the inside that is aligned to, coupled with, encouraged or pushed from the outside. It is an inside-outside process that will ultimately change organizations, institutions, communities, and societies. I'm a firm believer in that, and I'm grateful for people coming here today who also clearly believe that change happens from an inside and outside effort. And we will continue to listen, learn, change, and improve, and we will do so quicker and better when we have people like yourselves willing to come and engage and work with us and push us and hold us to account and hold us up when we do demonstrate that ability to change. So thank you. Lise, back over to you.
Thank you, Chief Slowly. And I will invite Chief Slowly to present virtually a symbol of an offering of tobacco to Grandmother Irene, who is with us to provide us with a closing blessing. We had the joy of having Grandma Verna earlier today, and at this time, it is my pleasure to invite Grandmother Irene for her blessing and hopefully a song, which we typically get to enjoy with you, Grandmother Irene. Over to you, please.
Well, I see that Mr. Slowly has got the tobacco. Good. Okay. So I'm ready to take the tobacco.
Mother Irene, I wish I was there to place this in your beautiful hands, but accept this virtual gift on behalf of the Ottawa Police Service and all of those who've participated today and all of those beyond who weren't here, but who need your prayers and who need success to come from these events. Please pray for us to take what we've learned and shared today and do something material with, make the lives better for others. And thank you for your leadership and your generosity of spirit here today.
So thank you. I accept that tobacco. And thank you for giving me this tobacco, because it's for bringing a song, our closing song. And our songs are our prayers. And we've been sitting in council today, not only with ourselves, but we've been sitting in council with our ancestors, all those ones that experienced, indescribable racism, and they survived. But it's really important that, we acknowledge that we are in council with them, and that now when we do this closing song, we're going to be sending them home, back to the spirit world. We all have ancestors in the spirit world. And as my sister, my community sister Verna taught you about the medicine wheel, we always, in our songs, we always do 4 rounds. And the reason we do those 4 rounds is because we're honoring each direction. And when we're honoring those each directions, we're honoring those 4 nation people, those 4 tribes. And, we started in that eastern direction with the Asian and the Middle Eastern, and in the southern direction where all the indigenous people sit, and in that western direction where the Black people sit, and the northern direction where the white people sit. We always acknowledge that when we're doing our songs and our prayers. So I'm going to start with 4 honor beats, calling in all those 4 directions. And then I want you to think about your own ancestors and send them home with this song. Hey, good day.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our forum this afternoon. Merci à tous. Ceci est la conclusion de notre forum cet après-midi. And to our Jewish friends, happy Hanukkah, joyeuse Hanukkah à nos amis aujourd'hui. Bonne soirée, be well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lise. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turned into 18 slides.